Evening, folks. Just getting everything set up. Do let me know if the music volume is a bit loud. Try to adjust it rather sensibly, but the jump from 10 down to 5 is... Sorry, jump from 10 to 5 is actually quite extreme, and it doesn't seem like you can do it by single percent increments, which is a bit of a shame. That turned over there. Oh, right, so I know this is tagged as first playthrough. That is not technically correct, but it's close enough as to be accurate enough for my purposes anyway. I last played StarSector probably about 4 or 5 years ago, I think. Back when it was version 0.7 or earlier. And the game was quite different back then. Fundamentally, a lot of the mechanics are still very similar. It's still got the same theme, the same ships throughout. There's still the whole choose your own adventure and strike out on your own mentality to it. But they've added a hell of a lot more mechanics. I stopped playing, not because I didn't like anything about the game, but because I had too much other stuff to do. It's much like most open-ended games like this, you can sink a huge amount of time in. I do very much enjoy it, so we're breaking it out again. Now, I've gone through some of the config files and made a few changes. Notably, ship costs are about 3 times what they are in the base game. My feeling the last time I played this game was it was too easy to amass an armada, and it kind of loses that sense of accomplishment when things are very easy to acquire. So yeah, I've done some tweaks. Ships cost about 3 times what they did. Cleaning up busted ships costs a hell of a lot more than it does in base, but that's just to account for the fact that the ships themselves cost 3 times as much. If I didn't make adjustments there, it would be financially viable to pick up a busted ship, fix it up, and sell it for pure profit. And that's not really a gameplay loop I wanted to see. Aside from that, not a huge amount has changed. Got some very minor tweaks with how far you can zoom in and out, but that's mostly it. Right, let's crack open a new game then. So, name, I actually don't care what I'm called, so we're going to just do random. Actually, let's pick our face and then we'll get a name to match. Sort of thing that we like the look of. I want something a bit high-tech-ish. You will meet most of these faces in the game. They will be assigned to various officers and contacts that you make throughout. I'm a big fan of this guy. I imagine that's what I'm going to look like eventually when I get older and pilot a spaceship myself. So maybe we'll go with him. Yeah, that's probably the best option I've got. Kind of fits the look and feel that I'm going for, which is like a slightly weathered salvage captain. We're not going to do Iron Mode. Not because I disagree with Iron Mode conceptually, but because it is in alpha, basically. They say play your own risk. What I'm planning on doing is, if I lose ships in combat, that's fine. I'll just stick with it. If I am deliberately going to try something stupid for the sake of trying something stupid, I may well save beforehand, try it, and then reload afterwards. If I get totally ambushed and lose everything in one go, I reserve the right to reload, just because, well, it's a single-player game. It's not like I'm competing with anyone. What do the different ages do? Hotter stars, more planets, more mineral resources, fewer habitable worlds, balanced, or cooler stars, less minerals, more habitable worlds, or mixed. Let's go for mixed. That is the default anyway. Now, my name. Persia Martinez is an excellent name, but doesn't really suit my older guy here. Neptune Glenn, possible. Buck Finley. Gosh, that is such a terrible name that I think I might have to go with it. Buck Finley. Yeah, okay. Buck Finley. Can I stand being called Buck Finley? I'm not sure I can. Oh, it's such a... It evokes such classic sci-fi vibes, though. Alright, let's hit random another couple of times, but we'll come back to Buck Finley, possibly. No, I think it's going to be Buck Finley. It's just sitting with me too much. Buck Finley. Nice. Okay, so it starts with 2,000 credits, and then it does a little bit of a guided start. The choices you make here dictate what you start with and how the world around you is. We're not going to do any of those three bottom ones because they start you with effectively like a whole fleet. And to be honest, I feel like if you want the game to jump start you past the start, then what's the point in playing the game? The whole purpose of this game is to like establish yourself and figure out who you are and what you're doing to make a difference in the universe, right? It already starts you 2/3 of the way there. Yeah, not sure I like that. I mean, freelancer is kind of the most interesting, but it still fits within the faster start things. I would like something of this level, the freelancer random start, but at this level. So, two choices. Bounty Hunter, commanding a Wolf-class frigate. I could probably do alright with that sort of start, but I'm not sure I want to play as a Bounty Hunter to start with. I figure that Buck Finley has probably gone into this as a scavenger. It's a freighter, so primarily it's a cargo hauler. But it is a combat freighter. It can defend itself a bit. It says here that the combat ability is limited. That's true on a comparative scale, but it's by no means defenseless. So we'll go with the Wayfarer. Slightly weaker, as you would understand, but it gives me more options for what I want to actually pursue in life, like if I want to be a trader or a scavenger or an explorer, etc. In addition, your fleet includes a Kite-class shuttle under the command of an experienced subordinate. That's interesting. The Kite has an okay cargo capacity, so it kind of like doubles up on the whole trading side of things. The officer that comes with it is the most interesting part of that, because we'll have to find and recruit them throughout the game if we want any of our own. It's a tough choice. The other side is a Shepherd class drone tender, which is like a mining machine. It's got okay cargo capacity. It's got some drones which are useful as like defensive capabilities. But the big selling point for this is that it's got salvage machinery. And I think again that just kind of gives me more tactical options, more strategic options. Because I can get kites relatively easily. I would be unlikely to go out of my way to get this salvaging gear. Again, not impossible, either of them. Yeah, okay, we'll go with the Shepherd class drone tender. And it also comes with 20 heavy machinery, which is nice. Select campaign, difficulty level, easy is recommended for a first-time player. Your ships take 25% less damage, your sensor range is bigger, and salvage is increased by 50%. No thanks. I think we'll go with normal. We'll play it the way that the game is intended to be played. And we will start with the tutorial. If you skip the tutorial, you technically start with less stuff. You start with less story points. Story points are a mechanic whereby you can kind of like craft the universe to fit the game you want to play. And I think there's quite a lot to be added in the tutorial. Like, you get some ships along the way, you learn to fight some stuff, you come away with some salvage, some experience, and some contacts. It's not so much a tutorial as this is the start of the game. So let's do that. Okay, generating. Okay, welcome to the sector. Your fleet is in the middle of nowhere and critically low on supplies. Well, that was foolish of us. If you don't acquire more supplies, your fleet will suffer through a slow but untimely fatal decline. So when your ships run out of supplies, they slowly lose what is called combat readiness, which is like their maintenance level. When that goes to 0, problems happen, including losing ships. That's me, the ISS Starflyer. We may rename that later. That is my Wayfarer, and this is the Shepherd. And these are the drones that exist in the Shepherd. So let's have a quick look at the ships so we get an idea of what they are. 100 cargo capacity. We have 25 crew at the moment in that. It's got a shield. Got some guns. We'll check those out a bit later. It's pretty reasonable. The firing arcs on this is a bit weird, but we'll go over that in the refit screen a bit later. And then the drone tender. Less combat capable, I will put it that way. It does have some quite cool, like, reinforced bulkheads though, which helps add to its hull integrity. That's very good. Even so, its armor is worse, its hull integrity is worse, flux capacity, which is the shield, is worse. Yeah, in general it's worse. For combat, anyway. But it does have surveying equipment, a salvage gantry. Going to be very, very useful for us. Okay. Fortunately, there's a debris field nearby. Move up and into it and activate your scavenge ability to search for useful cargo. Scavenging requires heavy machinery, but there is some in your cargo holds. Named ability Scavenge. Make sure to take all of the supplies and any other valuable cargo, but feel free to leave the cheap and bulky metals behind. So, moving up, here's the debris field that I mentioned. And as we get close, we can activate this ability number 6. Your fleet assumes a stable orbit relative to the debris field. The field appears stable and will not drift apart anytime soon, which means that it's probably got a couple of days that it will actually still be here if we didn't want to salvage it right now. Long-range scans indicate it's possible something of value could be found inside. The salvage that remains is extremely difficult to get to, and there is a high risk involved in running a salvage operation. So we'll go on to assess, but what this means is the loot is a bit so-so, if there is anything in here, and we're likely to lose some crew and machinery from it. So we can assess this and see what the breakup of the scavenging effectiveness is. Now, we don't have enough crew, because it wants 80 and we've got 61 across our 2 ships. That's bringing down our available crew score, lowering the overall scavenging effectiveness. The debris field density also affects this. It's spread out over a large area, so that's given us a 0.3 times multiplier. We do have enough heavy machinery, so we're fine. So we get 100%, plus 10% for the salvage gantry, 110%, down to about, I don't know, 70%, and then down to 25% from the density. So not great, but we do need to do this. An accident during the operation has resulted in the loss of 5 heavy machinery. That's annoying, because that's going to drop it down to the point where we don't have enough for future salvage, but at least we didn't lose any crew. Continue. If we're lucky, we'll get, yay, enough heavy machinery to replace what we just lost. So what we just picked up is some more heavy machinery, some supplies, which we desperately needed, some fuel, which we don't need at the moment. You only use fuel when you're traveling in hyperspace, and some metals, which is like garbage, space garbage, but we can take that and sell it. So I'm going to hit space and talk through a little bit of this interface here. This is my cash, this is my supplies and how much I'm using per day. On pretty much everything, you can hit F1 to get more information, and that will give you a breakdown of, like, well, bad example, usually how those figures are obtained, like the sorts of details that go into it. Really, really useful. And if you're playing this game, I highly recommend you start doing that. Just hit F1 on everything and see what else it tells you. If I go to burn level, it'll tell me what the level of each individual ship is. Combat readiness doesn't have a thing, actually. That's probably enough for the moment. Next tutorial part is to hit the quick save. So I'm not doing this because I'm scared of the game at the start. It's because it literally needs me to do that to advance the tutorial. Pirate fleet is approaching. Welcome, more tutorial aspects. First you'll spot it as a sensor contact, then as an unidentified fleet, and then, when it gets very close, you'll see its true colours. Don't worry, the pirate ship is shoddy rust bucket, and if you do lose, you can press F9 to quick load. Even so, combat can be expensive, especially if there's no bounty on the enemy you fight. Deploying ships into battle reduces their combat readiness, and recovering combat readiness consumes supplies. Battle damage can cost even more supplies to repair. So this is kind of what I was mentioning earlier. When your supplies run out, combat readiness starts to drop. Eventually you'll reach the point where you're just suffering malfunctions, further damage, and then eventually loss of crew and loss of ships themselves. So it's kind of like a horrible death spiral. Now, with the additional costs that I've added onto ships, kind of everything that it's saying here is even more appropriate, I would say. Anyway, let's continue for the moment. However, fighting is often necessary to survive. Wait for the pirate fleet to approach, and then defeat them. So the sort of things that you would get as loot out of these is going to be, well, some supplies, some fuel, that sort of stuff. You will hopefully get some guns and stuff, and you might be able to salvage some spaceships, although they will likely be busted up. So, yeah, trade-offs. We should get a sensor contact from the right. Let's just head off to investigate them. Okay, it's a rogue miner. They are from the pirate faction. You can tell because of this red text. The text around factions is coloured by specifically what their alignment is. Red is pirates. Bright pink is like a military dictatorship. I'll talk through them all a bit later. But yeah, you engage, you end up with dialogue like this almost all the time. So the pirate ship maneuvers to prevent you from disengaging easily, indicating their intent, obviously, is to kill us. Does not appear to be certain of your identity. Any hostilities will have a reduced impact on your reputation. So at this point in the game, they've not introduced the concept of the transponder, so it is considered to be off, which is good for us because it leaves us the options to kill the pirates but not actually be enemies of the pirates. For now, let's open a comm link. Don't you get any of your dirt on me when I blast your ship up. Okay, thanks, Warlord. Nevena Goebel. Let's see, this is one of the pictures from the character creation that we could pick. And they are from the Pirates faction. By default, that starts as hostile of -65 out of 100. That's not great. We need to get them above 0 in order to be neutral, and then they might stop attacking us. If we wanted. So we can either engage, which will attack them, try to disengage, which has a chance of us disengaging without damage, or we can spend story points, which we don't have at the moment, to force a engagement or disengagement, depending on what seems appropriate for our relative fleet sizes. So we're going to move in and engage. They also move in to join the battle. Transfer command just allows me to move myself onto this ship if I wanted. Like, I can pick which ship I want to actually be in physical control of, but I'm happy where I am for the moment, so let's go in. Okay, at the start of battles, you get to choose which ships deploy, and you can continue to deploy more ships from your fleet as things go on. It does come at a cost. We've already kind of touched on that, so I will just point out the other mechanics. As the battle goes on longer, when you exceed a peak readiness time, you start to lose more combat readiness. So ships can often fight for like 240 or so seconds before they start to degrade in capabilities. Usually battles are over before then, but sometimes they can go to a war of attrition. Anyway, don't show this again. Dismiss. We will deploy both of these. Okay, so it starts off by showing you the tactical map. The pirates will appear up here. I'll press tab in a second and take actual control of my ship. I can't remember what control scheme I've got. There's 2 different ones. I might need to tweak it for this particular ship that I'm using. Let's find out. Alright, I've got strafing. Should probably change that for this. So let me just do that quickly. If I turn off the invert behavior of this. So, the reason... Dismiss. Okay, pause. Okay, the reason I've changed that behavior, there's 2 ways of doing things. One, you can have it always face towards your mouse cursor, and forwards goes forwards, left and right strafe left and right in relation to where your mouse cursor is, and backwards goes backwards. I normally have that when most of the guns I field are forward facing, but this ship that I've started with has, well, you can see it's a bit of a strange firing arc combination that it has here. So in order to maximize this angle here, where everything overlaps the most, I want the sort of flexibility where forwards goes forward, and left and right turn left and right. And then I will be shooting towards where my mouse cursor is. So that's the only reason I've got a little change here. While it is on pause, I can actually show you. This is the enemy ship. Their combat readiness is 55%. We will be hopefully taking it out very shortly. I'll just target it. This shouldn't take too long. We've got our drones from our drone tender over here. Let's do what we can. So you can press right click to put your shields up. When you're shooting, you generate something called flux, and when your shields are hit, that also generates flux. Flux is bad. Okay, so this is flux here. When this fills up the bar, my ship will overload, and it will need to go into like a overload state where it cools down a bit. I can drop my shields, stop firing, and stop that happening. And I'll be okay, but I'll be taking damage, like physical damage, as they're shooting through my shield and hitting my armor and stuff. So that's not great. I love the flux mechanic because it kind of makes a lot of emergent gameplay. Like if you want to go full on weapons assault, just don't run your shields. When you're shooting, you generate soft flux, which is everything after this line divider. When your shields are hit, that generates hard flux. Hard flux doesn't cool down without your shields being off. That's the only difference. So in order to safeguard myself, I should back off at this stage, drop my shields, and start venting flux, basically. Have a little break, come back and do a bit more in a bit. So I'm sort of doing that a little bit. He's actually quite aggressive, so I should probably try and get away over here instead. That's probably enough, so I can put my shields back up, come back in for a bit more. Cool, about to overload. Let's put down my shield, call that just in time. Taking a little bit more damage than I would like, but there we go. Not bad. Okay, your forces were able to gain a complete victory in the last engagement. Relationship with the pirates has reduced by 3, so it's now at -68. We did get 276 credits. It says from CPU cores still active in the wreckage. Really, it's just from like miscellaneous electronics, I suppose. Digital wallets and things like that. Oh, excuse me. Right, let's pick through the wreckage. We've just got 7 supplies, some fuel, and a little gun, a Vulcan cannon. Take all of that, thank you very much. Excellent. And continue. Okay, your fleet supply consumption has just gone up. Recovering combat readiness used to deploy ships in battle costs supplies, as does repairing battle damage. So we know all this. It was kind of like mentioned already in passing, so no surprises here. To reduce supply use, yeah, you can suspend repairs and such, and you might need to do that if you're stuck in deep space with very few supplies, trying to desperately get back to civilization. But for the most part, I think you can usually let things just repair up by themselves. Just be a second, folks. Fiddling with my phone a bit. For some reason it's not charging properly. Get this. Trying that again. Oh, plugged in my phone. Thanks, computer. Alright, dismiss. Cool. The other thing that's happened is we have advanced to level 2, saying press F5 to quick save and advance the tutorial. We will do that. We'll also go into the character screen in a little bit and spend some of our skill points. Is it actually going to tell us to do that yet? Yay, there we go. You've gained a level. You gained a skill point with each level up, and an additional point at the start of the campaign. So we've actually already had a skill point that we could have spent, had it told us about that before that fight, which might have made a bit of difference. You could put some points into maneuverability, you can increase your weapon range. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you can put skill points on. You also gain story points as you gain experience. These can be used to take exceptional actions to make your own story in a way. Tutorial will introduce using these a bit later. Yeah, so story points let you do things that you couldn't normally do, is perhaps the best way of putting it. So you might be engaged by a patrol ship and you're smuggling cargo and you want to get away without them actually investigating your hold. So you might be able to use the story point to sweet talk the captain of the ship to turn a blind eye and go another way. Skill points are used to learn skills. Cool. Skills are arranged into 4 aptitudes. Combat, leadership, technology, and industry. Each has 5 tiers, and you can pick one of the 2 skills each tier, at which point it wraps around, and then you can pick the other 5 if you really want. Okay, so you can think over the course of the game, you can get 15 levels, so you could get one whole thing of like all 10 skills, and then 5 other skills dotted around, or you can like mix and match a bit. Really, there's like a lot of scope to play the way that you want to play. Maximum level is 15. Cool. Press C to open the character tab and consider your options. You don't have to actually spend the points now if you don't want to. Well, I probably will because there's very little reason not to. So, combat skills, leadership skills, technology skills, and industry skills. Now, there's a couple of these that I really quite like. One is over here. It makes the monthly supply consumption of your ships lower. I kind of feel like I want a beeline for that, but I'm not 100% certain. There's a lot of stuff that I've not had a chance to try out yet. This, for example, is something that I'm quite interested in. So this affects all frigates and destroyers. I have only piloted frigates and destroyers. I've never got on a ship larger than that. But nav rating that it's mentioning there increases the top speed of all ships in the fleet. So that together, like as your fleet grows, you will all collectively move faster, which makes engagements easier. So that's kind of why I'm liking that as an option. This I also really like. Maneuverability and top speed, but it only affects your piloted ship. Very nice. There's nothing more frustrating than driving a dump truck in space. I don't tend to use missiles that much, but maybe that would be worthwhile. But down here, salvaging or bulk transport? Probably go for salvaging, I think. I do really like cargo capacity, fuel capacity, and personnel capacity. I'm always desperately trying to balance like enough stuff, so that is very appealing. But I do tend to just militarize all my civilian grade ships anyway, because their hulls are a lot easier to see. They've got big center profiles. What would I go for here? Probably reliability engineering. The peak operating time makes it makes things a lot nicer. Plus, also the plus 15% maximum combat readiness is just nice. Oh, but sensors is interesting. Plus 3 to the burn level at which the fleet is considered to be moving slowly. So some things require you to be moving slowly, like traveling through asteroid belts so you don't bump into things. Plus 3 to the burn level of that means it goes effectively from like 5 to 8, which is huge. Auxiliary support is interesting. Probably go for just weapon damage though on that. So, okay, what I'm kind of thinking at the moment is go for salvaging and go for reliability engineering. Although I do really like the prospect of that elite skill there. 25% of hull and armor damage taken repaired after combat ends at no cost. But that's just for the piloted ship, though, so... I think this will probably end up being better overall. Okay, we'll do this for the moment. There we are. And then next level, I will go for makeshift equipment to reduce our supply consumption. Yes. And then we'll work our way towards coordinated maneuvers. And then... I don't know after that. Okay, shortly after dispatching the pirates, you receive a tight beam communication from the system's main inhabited world, Ankira. I think it's pronounced Ankira. The message is brief and asks you to travel there and contact the station commander Watts as soon as possible. Let's lay in a course for Ankira. You don't need to do this to travel, but it helps keep track of where you're going and how long it'll take to get there. Also, doesn't tell you this, gives you an autopilot. You can hit A any time to go to the point that you've actually laid in a course for. So we can press E to bring up the intel screen, or we can bring up the map. There's like numerous different ways that we can do this. And they're pretty much all just interchangeable, to be honest. Yeah, there we are. Press tab to open the map and do it manually. So, this is actually the fastest way to do it. If I had pulled up the intel screen instead, is this. And then I've got to go stabilize the jump points, show on map, and basically takes you to the same thing. So we can right click on that, set a course, and see we are all the way down here, so it'll take us a little while to get there. And it should introduce us to a new skill in a moment. It's pretty far away, and it'll take a while to get there at this rate. The sustained burn ability takes a little while to ramp up, but it basically doubles your speed. Now, it doesn't double fuel efficiency or anything like that. You still use the same amount of fuel. It just saves you some time. So it saves you some supplies because you consume supplies over time. People can interrupt it with an interdiction pulse. That stops lots of things. Interdiction pulses are semi-aggressive. They basically stop most engine abilities to allow you to catch up with someone that might be trying to get away. Let's activate the sustained burn. And in a moment, we'll probably bounce off an asteroid belt. You're coming up to an asteroid belt. Go through at full speed, there's a chance your fleet might be knocked off course and some of your ships might even suffer damage. If you're moving slowly, as we mentioned, slow moving avoids hazards, then yeah, you can avoid the danger. Press and hold S to move slowly until you're through it. However, danger is low, belt is thin, I could just belt across it, which is what I'm going to try and do. And we got through without incident. That's nice. There's the interdiction pulse that we mentioned. Your fleet is getting closer to Ankira, which is controlled by the Hegemony, a major militaristic faction in the sector. While in Hegemony space, a fleet is required by law to identify itself by keeping its transponder turned on. This is a view shared by most, though not all, major factions. Turning it on makes you highly visible, and everyone seeing it will know who you are. Unlike that pirate fleet who we fought earlier, has to be very close to positively identify me. Keeping your transponder on is a crippling disadvantage in hostile space. But this is friendly space and we like to dock and be fairly good about it and above board. So it's a good idea to turn it on. Activate it before getting close to Ankira, both to avoid unwanted attention from patrols and to receive clearance itself. And it's worth noting that since it has major consequences, having it on and off, it requires a double tap to change state. So I'm just going to pause very quickly. You can see our sensor profile is 780 at the moment. It's doubled because of the sustained burn. Base of 300 plus 60 plus 30 and then times 2. activating the transponder should increase that quite a lot. Adds a whole 1,000 units to it. Now we'll come up on something in a moment, and I'll talk about what sensor profiles and stuff mean. It might show us later, actually. I haven't seen the indicator circles. Okay, your fleet approaches Ankira. Your fleet transmits identification codes via the transponder, and you are soon granted docking clearance. Now, this is one of the ports. There are many stations all over the sector. If I pull up the map, go to the sector, whoosh, this is the sector. That's the range that my fuel can take me in hyperspace. X's next to things mean they've been completely explored or not, so I'll turn that on. The core world is where civilization lives. This is where we will find space stations and things. So this is owned by Jangala is owned by the hegemony. Asharu is an independent place. Garnier is a pirate base. So on and so forth. There's lots and lots of different factions owning different areas. We'll see Tritachyon somewhere. Luddic Path, there's more Tritachyon. Luddic Church. Independence. Persian League. Not actually much Tritachyon, thinking about this. Is it really just the two places? Skarthi, Valhalla, and Ragnar, I think, are the same place. Ah, there we are. Hebrasil's got some. Anyway, yeah, loads of factions. They've all got stations. I can click into some of these and see the map for the area. You can see a station there, station there. There'll also be planets that people own. So, ports. You can trade, buy, sell, refit your ships. When refitting a ship, you can mount both weapons and one's available for purchasing. So that's just convenience it's telling me about. This is my ship, complete with all its awkward guns. It's alright. It's nothing special. This is the drone ship. Fewer guns, far worse. Far, far worse. You can click on things, change them around. That's the Vulcan cannon I got from the pirates. It's good as point defense. Might be slightly better than that as point defense, actually. Higher flux use. Better against non-shielded things, I guess. So, something to consider. Anyway, let's proceed with the story. Open the comm directory, and there's Blair Watts, who sent us the type beam. You connect to the local comm directory and browse the public and otherwise known listings. Transmit the comms ID and wait for the system to establish a connection. Your connection request is accepted surprisingly quickly, given that a citizen has many responsibilities. I guess citizen is their rank in the hegemony. You've come. Excellent. As you're well aware, recently, well, I suppose we can skip that part. I'm going to do the refresher on recent events because it's been a long time since I played StarSector. A team from the Galatia Academy has been running experiments on the dormant gate in this system, trying to connect it back to the domain's gatework. Now, the domain of man is effectively mankind as they were reaching for the stars. Where we are now is post some catastrophe that severed the main collection of humanity from ourselves and plunged this sector effectively back into the dark ages of space travel. I'll go into some of the specifics on that a bit later, but that's why they're trying to fiddle with the domain's gate network, is to re-establish a connection back to mankind. Promising experiments, or so they thought, until an energy pulse we expected would get a response from the gate, destabilize the jump points leading into the system, cutting us off from the rest of the sector. It's rather like how the sector is cut off from the domain. It's small. The stars have a sense of irony, do they not? Yes. Now, miners of Derinkuyu Station, which is also located in this system, and was operating near a subsistence level, were hit the hardest. They've turned to piracy, intercepting one of the last food shipments to come in. Out of desperation, no doubt. But there were deaths, and they put themselves well outside the law. Their leaders know that if the jump points are stabilised and the system is once again part of the sector, they can look forward to a life sentence at a penal colony at absolute best. So, alright, where do I fit in? The miners turned pirates are guarding the jump points, preventing us from gathering recent readings and coming up with a way to stabilise them. Having some drink. We do have a security detachment that could handle their forces, but they're tied up defending Ankira. The pirates are too much for you to take on. Fortunately, you don't have to. We've got an agent on Derinkuyu Station who is able to get access to recent sensor readings from the ships guarding the jump points, but they've not been able to get a long-range comm array to send the data to us. That's where you come in. Head over there, get the data from the agent, and return here. So we're going to be very mercenary about this. What's in it for me? Oh, a mercenary! Some credits, naturally, with more along the way, and if all goes to plan, we'll be able to reconnect with the rest of Sector, such as it is. So, what's the plan then? First off, make sure you turn off your transponder once you undock. I've instructed the security detachment not to give you any trouble about that. That's good, because going around with your transponder off in hegemony space will get the patrols on your ass. You're lucky the pirates may even think you're one of their own and let you approach Derinkuyu without any trouble. Still, it makes sense to go dark as you get closer to make sure they can't get too good a reading on your fleet. You can also approach along the asteroid belt, and that'll give you almost perfect cover as long as you're moving slowly. And if they do notice me, then you're in trouble. Activate emergency burn to get out of there, lose them, and then come back and try again. Don't emergency burn unless you really need to, though. It's hard on the ships and will cost more supplies to recover from. Except a good chunk of fuel too. Fair enough. Excellent. Thank you for being willing to help. Come back when you've got the data. Good luck. Obviously, you don't get a chance to say, no thanks, this is not for me. Virtually every other mission in the game, you can say, nah. This is tutorial introduction. Let's have a look at what there is in the station. That's just mechanics on how to do things. Right, so we've got stabilized shields as a mod spec. That's interesting. When you're refitting things, you can add hull mods. So this would teach me stabilized shields for one of those, which would be very interesting. I don't know what stabilized shields does. So reduce the amount of soft flux raised shields generate per second by 50%. Does not affect the hard flux generated as a result of shield taking damage. I've never really noticed the soft flux that shields generate being that oppressive. But I'm sure it could be useful. Don't know how many hull points it takes to use though. Probably need a more high-tech ship to make better use of that, really, I think. Then we've got some weapons. Hammer Barrage, Hellbore Cannon, Mark 9 Autocannon. These are large. Medium, a bit better. Arbalest Autocannon. Pelham Launcher, Annihilator Rocket, Hammer Torpedoes, Light Mortars, Light Machine Gun. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I really want there. We can sell the metals that we picked up. That's something that we can definitely do. There is a 30% tax on this. That's huge. And that applies to buying and selling. So this price, 6,000 per unit. Well, all right, I'll have to show you with this one. 2,400 per unit. It actually cost me 3,600 because of the tax. How bad is that? Well, if I grab one, sorry. 720 extra. That's still nuts, right? So you have options available to you. This is the open market. Everything is above board. Only legal goods can be sold here. We can go to the black market. Black market has no tariffs. trading a lot on the black market decreases the stability of a world, aids piracy, all sorts of other not great stuff. Also, it raises a suspicion level for you, but you can kind of like balance it by trading some legit above board stuff. Like most things, there's a trade-off to be had. No one's going to care about this tiny amount of metals, so let's just sell those. No suspicion. What's this? Expanded magazines? Increases ammo capacity, ballistic and energy weapons by 50%. So some things like missiles have ammo capacity. This one doesn't. This one has an auto loader. These limited ammo too. So that would increase that by 50% weapon, which is very interesting. Tom beam's also interesting. Supplies cost a lot. 337 per unit, I guess, because we're cut off from everything. That kind of makes sense. Food also, it's very expensive. Yeah, you can see it's saying local deficit. So all of these things are in high demand, except people and fuel. If I go to colony info, we can get more information on that. Huge demand for, well, pretty much everything. Organics, food, recreational drugs, supplies, domestic goods, harvested organs, okay, luxury goods, and ship hulls and weapons. The other thing that we could do here is look at ships to buy. Again, this has a regular market and a black market. Now, as I mentioned at the start, I have tripled the cost of ships because I felt they were way too easy to get hold of good ships. This was the last time I played. It may not be the case, but I'm willing to take the plunge at the start rather than trying to adjust things as we go through. So we could buy a kite. Well, I mean, we can't afford it, but we could eventually buy a kite, ram tanker, or hound, just to add some bulk to our fleet. Or on the black market, it's like a different sort of combat freighter, more kites, and a different hound. Nothing we're going to get there yet. Down to the dockyard bar, there's nothing in there. You take a shuttle down to the main concourse, quickly find a likely looking establishment. It's a crowded area, In one corner, a pack of Navy cadets shout and sing. Yeah. If it was anywhere other than the tutorial, this would have perhaps a couple of interesting tidbits and we could maybe get some side quests. For the moment, I think we just got to crack on and go over to Derinkuyu. So, that's where we're going. We kind of want to go via this debris field on the way around. Like, I want to hit this ring and then slowly go over there. Head up here. We'll turn off our transponder as we get up here and salvage this. So, there's likely something of value and there's significant risk. We've actually got enough of everything this time. Nope, not quite. We've almost got enough heavy machines and we have only half as much crew as we should have to do this well, but we'll still do it. These 3 heavy machines, that's okay. More stuff. Can't actually take all that fuel, which is interesting. So we can take extra. Taking extra fuel drains our supplies. Drains our supplies by quite a lot, actually. So what I might do is just leave this here for the moment. Fly back to Ankira. Sell some fuel and try and come back and scoop this up. So we'll turn our transponder back on. You saw that ring just there. That was the outer edge of this security detachment's detecting range, based on the size of my sensor profile. So we're gonna sell 20 of this. You know what? I'll sell more actually. Let's sell 40 of it. Doing it above board. Make up a little bit for the fact that we're about to do that. Low board. And we'll go scoop up that fuel if we can. If we're lucky, it'll still be there. There it is. I'll go pods. Then, I suppose we could just go straight over to this debris field and then come in from the south and west edge instead. Turn off the transponder. Here's the debris field. Interesting. There's possibly pirate activity there. I can't imagine anyone else would be out here. We could go dark, which would minimize their ability to see us. So they can now see us only as far as that ring. Let's salvage this. Oh, well, that's not great. Take what we can, though. And then I'm going to make my way straight into the belt here if I can. They've gone dark, trying to sneak up on us. Right. So in this asteroid belt, I have effectively 75% cover. So those ships that were looking for me, they can pretty much only see immediately around themselves, at least as far as trying to detect me is concerned. There we are. So they're moving faster than us. They're not dark, possibly. There's more ships there. Could be a multitude of different reasons. We are making our way over to the mining station. Let me just actually tag that. So the arrow points in the right direction. Yoink. Cool, let's see if we can find that contact. Well, actually, first of all, let's sell stuff. So, it's another space station, so it's got another port. We can sell stuff here. The pirates will charge you 30% tax as well. But there is a blacker market, a dark web, which also has different things. Interesting. We'll sell the metals here. I don't think, I'm not certain, but I don't think the pirates ever care about you trading on the black market. It lowers stability on the station, which isn't great for the pirates, but to be honest, who cares? Unless you're like actively trying to make the pirates a superpower. Now, something you could do is you could like start to pick up harvested organs and stuff from here and try and ferry them back to Ankira, but I think there's just so much deficit in this entire place that that's not actually worthwhile as a trade. Yeah, almost certainly not. Could sell the Vulcan cannon, I suppose. Okay. Oh yeah, they also have ships for sale, as you might expect. Just a tanker and Mudskipper Mark II. So the Mudskipper is like normally a civilian transport, I think. The Mark II has been modified to make it a gun boat, sort of. Kite, a hound, and a kite. Well, I can't afford any of those because, of course, the prices are massive. So nothing in the dockside bar. So we'll speak to Varuna Meadows. You contact the agent using a special comms ID and exchange passphrases to verify each other's identities. The agent then transmits a data file with recent raw sensor readings of the unstable jump points. Done. Nothing else really to do here, so let's just leave. I would love to know a bit more about that fleet. Okay, that is quite large. That looks like a destroyer and a frigate. Definitely a lot of danger. I want to avoid them as much as possible, so I'm going to go all the way around here before I come out. That's probably far enough to get out. So go on sustained burn, and we'll turn on our transponder when we're actually out of range of them. So transponder on, so the hegemony will be pleased when we come back. Well, not pleased. They won't be anti us turning up. Okay, comms directory again. Hello, Blair. Got the data. Well done. There's a brief wait as you transmit the data file. Now, while the system's running a preliminary analysis of the data, I believe you're due a reward. There's a chime in the background and she looks concerned. Is there a problem? Yes, the system estimates it would take about a cycle to analyze the data and come up with a stabilization algorithm. Naturally, by then, the data would be out of date and any algorithm based on it meaningless. If we had an AI core on hand, we could analyze the data more quickly. Fortunately, there's a survey probe somewhere in the system, one left over from the initial exploration of the sector by the domain. It should have at least one AI core serving as its brain. So where is it, and why hasn't it been salvaged before? To answer your second question, domain artifacts are usually protected by automated defenses that still function to this day, and this probe is no exception. And the hegemony generally forbids civilian interference with domain artifacts, for the sake of public safety, of course. Desperate times, however. As to where it is, my data indicates that it's somewhere beyond the orbit of Pontus. Get over there, then head out beyond the asteroid belt and use an active sensor burst. You should at the very least get a sensor contact with the probe. Head towards it, salvage it, bring back an AI cord. Okay. I'll see what I can do. So I should be able to pull up the map. Pontus is there, I think. No, that's Tetra. Boop. Oh, there's Pontus. Duh. So there's the Glacier Academy station as well. Let's just set a path for that. Actually, looking at this, we'll go via the relay. If you fly through a star, it costs you a lot of supplies because flying through a star damages your ships. So always pilot around them. Definitely worthwhile. I could do it by hand though. Fine. Cool. So autopilot will take me there. I'm clicking with my left mouse button to drag myself further around, and then I'm going to press A to turn on the autopilot again. Should give me a wide enough berth, and incidentally actually took me to roughly the same place I was just talking about. I've got active sensor burst on 3 now, so I can go ping. Slows me down massively, but does like a huge detection. It's like 3,000 units. It's like a giant echolocation, ping and reflection. So there's the sensor contact. That's all the way down there somewhere. We're going to stop at the Academy station and see if there's anyone to speak to in here while we're here. As you approach the stark white torus hulls of Glacier Academy Station, your request to the automated docking queue is denied. After a moment, the comms link opens up unexpectedly to a hegemony sigil. Encryption kicks in and your view screen cuts to a harried-looking hegemony lieutenant using a handheld comms unit. My apologies, Captain. The Academy is closed during the crisis. I shall have to ask you to leave immediately. An adjutant leans into frame and whispers something in his ear. So, you're the freelancer my CO on Ankara got to help us out. He relaxes his tone somewhat. I'm Lieutenant Caliban. Caliban Scene K. We're carrying out the investigation into who screwed up here while you take care of the problem out there. I wish you luck, Captain, because if you don't solve this, it's going to get ugly. What's going on here? He considers whether to answer your question. I suppose you're technically in the chain of command as an auxiliary, right? We arrested the provost of the academy on a screen full of charges, endangering space infrastructure, negligence of habitability protocols, gross conspiracy to manipulate unauthorized technologies. It goes on. And by old Earth, you note his jaw clenching unconsciously. He deserves it. Why? What did he do? We were briefed about the experiment, but it was only supposed to cause a minor increase in comms noise. Maybe some odd readings near the jump points. Nothing like this. Obviously, something more was going on. Something big enough that the provost had to know about it, and the lieutenant's adjunct whispers in his ear again. If you're not mistaken, there is some shouting in the background, barely picked up by the lieutenant's handheld comms unit. The mob grows restless, the lieutenant says with a joyless smile. He barks some orders to someone. The video feed jostles and flickers with static as they begin to move. We'll have to chat later, Captain. I'll buy you a pint on Coatl Station if you can get us out of this. Thank the officer and sign off. So, nice little bit of story along the side. Nothing that we can actually do with that, but it's cool to know. That ring system does not cause damage, I guess. Yeah, not large enough to be a hazard. I'm just wondering if I should be slowing down for that. Because I can slow down going through here. Go on. I'm trying to go slowly through this. Why are you not actually moving? That's annoying. I'm pressing S to move slowly, but it's actually cutting me to 0. Maybe it's just when doing sustained burn? Anyway, here's the thing that we picked up. I'll just do an active sensor burst just to double check that there's nothing else. Discovered a domain era probe. Exactly where they said it would be. Your fleet approaches a domain era probe left from the initial domain exploration of the sector. Fitted by small impact, the probe's hull displays iridescence typical of fearsome radiation scarring. Though this probe's manufacturer could well date 1,000 cycles ago, some systems are still nominally active. As your fleet moves in closer, several energy signatures are detected coming online inside the probe's hold. We've got some automated defences. Assault drone, assault drone, assault drone. Flores Geo, Zanin uniform, and a Yod a whiskey. What are these things like? Ballistics. They don't really have much in the way of shields, that's good. They're also really ruined. Look at all these demods at the bottom. Alright, engage. Like everything, as you might expect. Me putting off my shields to keep myself a bit safe. Gotta watch that flux. Let's turn the side a bit. Uh-oh. I'm not good at this. Come on, drones, where are you? There's one. Oh crap, overloaded. Oh, there goes my hull. Embarrassing. Well, our drones will continue to fight. Just because the flagship that I'm in is down doesn't mean that the stuff is over. This drone tender will continue to try and engage. Getting there slowly. Each time the drones get killed, they fire another one. It just costs a little bit of crew each time, I think. This one's about to go down as well. I think that one might be retreating. A bit hard to tell. So some of this might be due to the tweaks that I've made in the config settings. I tried to make ships a bit more fragile along the way. We'll see if that's perhaps a bit overtuned. But anyway, we won the fight, or rather our fleet did. Preliminary reports indicate that approximately 30 crew and no Marines were lost. We managed to rescue 5 of them, so only 25 down. Ship disabled can be restored to basic functionality. Well, great, we will be doing that. Recovering them will greatly reduce the salvage gained from these ships. That's fine. So consider recovery. There's ours. Lasting damage is damaged weapon mounts. That's okay. Let's recover it. And then pick through the wreckage of the drones. So we get some supplies, some fuel, and a light mortar. Nice. And then, of course, we get to salvage the actual probe itself as well. So let's start those salvage operations. And there's what we came for. 1 AI core. 2 fuel left over again. That's fine. I'm not that fussed to come back. So some of our ships are at dangerously low combat readiness, below 20%, because they got basically destroyed. Deploying these ships is likely to cause critical malfunctions. That's fine. We will let them recover over time. It's just warning that, you don't want to have something without combat readiness go into a fight. I think we can also scavenge here. Since there's a debris field around the probe as well. So let's see what else we get. Just some more supplies, really. Supplies are more valuable than metal, so I will take those in my cargo hold in preference. That's basically it, though. We'll leave the rest of the stuff here. We're going to set a course back for Ankira. By the time we come back to these, they won't be here anymore. I believe they are going to just dissipate over time, and that's fine. You can see our supply usage is up to 4.7 per day because of the repairs going on. If I have a look at the fleet screen, you can see the ISS Starflyer. Got a lot going on. We'll be recovering slowly. Hey, I was outside of that by that point. Thanks. Normally see your ships are at 40% before you see your ships are at 0% tutorial. Oh yeah, sustained burn. What am I thinking? Get all the way over there quickly. Getting a reasonable slush fund at the moment. So first things I want to do is repair my ships. That's going to cost 16 supplies, but it uses the same amount of supplies, it just does it immediately, which is the good thing. So we'll get rid of the metals, do that on the black market again. I don't think there's anything else we want. Sell some fuel. There we are. Sell the light mortar. No, I'll keep hold of it. The rest I think we're good with. Okay, open the comm directory. Hello, Blair Watts. Solid work. I'll get my technicians working on this right away. In the meantime, this should cover your expenses. hopefully, and with a good amount left over. 8,000 credits. Not bad. Not bad. I have a feeling they've shortchanged us a little, but, you know, it's not like we can get to the rest of the universe to sell that thing on elsewhere. I'll send you the stabilization algorithm when the core works it up. Once you have it, it should be a simple matter of running it using your fleet's drive field as a means of interacting with the jump point. However, there's still the matter of the miners guarding both jump points out of the system. And you've said their forces are significant? Well, it's all relative. Our security detachment could handle them easily, but as I've mentioned, it's tied down defending Ankira. Your fleet, on the other hand, you might be able to handle them with some stellar piloting and a bit of luck, but it's best not to take such chances, especially when there's an alternative. And what alternative is that, pray tell? There's a ship graveyard around Tetra. Ships that were deemed not worth the effort to restore, awaiting bulk transit to one of the ship-breaking facilities elsewhere. Now though, they'll serve our needs. Go there and recover all the ships you can and break the ones you can't for supplies. Make sure to bring enough crew, and I think this is a really crucial thing. Make sure to bring enough crew to actually pilot the things. Perhaps an extra 100 or so will do, because if you don't have enough crew, I think it costs extra supplies and things start dropping combat readiness. Basically, every time you exceed or don't meet a requirement, it costs you more supplies and combat readiness. You need to transport them somehow too. Here, take this mud skipper transport. Consider it part of your reward. Thanks. I like mud skippers. So we'll have a quick look at the refit. Here's the mud skipper that they just gave us. Comes with an insulated engine assembly. You know, I could and probably should change up some of these things that we've got. So normally I go for like hardened subsystems for most things. Let's have a quick look at the auto fit options. Well, no, this is basically nothing there. Right, maybe nothing to change on that. Reinforced bulkheads I could get rid of and turn into militarized subsystems instead. This is a civilian hull. Militarized subsystems cancels the penalties from it and adds a bit of armor. It's quite nice. It makes it faster as well. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that's fine for that one. Mud skipper. Probably do the same. I'll get rid of that. Put on militarized subsystems instead. We'll have to get rid of a little bit of capacitors, but this probably won't be in combat, in all honesty. Got a light dual machine gun for emergencies, but to be honest, I'm a little tempted to get rid of it and instead add an unstable injector to make it just faster. Or I could add standard cargo holds. I think this is fine where it is. It has no weapon. I don't care about weapon groups. Now, other ships they have, I can actually afford these kites now if I want. They are busted up to hell. Actually, that reminds me, how much does it cost to get rid of this demod? Woo! A lot. Good. That means the cost balancing that I tried to put in is working. It makes me sad, but it's good. Still no one there. Don't care. Cool. Our fleet does not have enough personnel. Okay. Smiths, we'll buy those people that we needed to. So we wanted an extra 100. Now we need 65 skeleton crew. So we want to take to at least 165. I will probably take us all the way up to 180. There we go. Gonna cost a lot. I could buy them from the black market. I could buy some from the black market. Oh wait, I can just do like control click. That's good. Saved us about 500 space bucks in fees there. Alright. What's using extra? Ship repairs. Oh, because we just flew around for a second. There we are. Okay, better. We're gonna set course for Tetra and look for that ship graveyard. I think the burn rate of all my ships is now 10. It is good. Because your fleet moves at the speed of your slowest ship, of course. Bing, 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 bing. Loads of stuff going on. I'll just do a sensor first. Make sure we see all of it. Okay. Buffalo Mark II Destroyer, Lasher Frigate, Wolf Frigate, Hammerhead Destroyer, Tarsus Freighter, Kite Class Shuttle, Dram Class Tanker, and Condor Class Light Carrier. Ooh, now we might not be able to get all of these. I'm going to just alt-tab a second because I've got a spreadsheet which I have prepared about various ships' efficiencies. So Hammerhead, I think, is probably going to be my flagship if I can possibly get away with it. So we'll try and get that. The Tarsus Freighter, not bad actually. If I can pick that up without it having too many bad mods, that would be very, very beneficial for me. Bit slow, but it's not terrible. The Condor class light carrier is also quite nice. And the Dram tanker is very fuel efficient. So let's start here. So Hammerhead. Many systems are undamaged. Great. Be restored to basic functionality. Only one D-mod, and it's unreliable subsystems. What does that mean? Its peak performance is low? Yeah, it looks like it. I think that's worth it. But let's recover that. God, there's so many supplies it's taking. Oh. Okay. Cool, so that's going to be my new main ship. Let's, Ooh. 80 ordnance points left. We don't have a huge amount in it. It's got a couple of point defense lasers. Great. It's got nothing there, nothing there, nothing. Got a heavy mortar. What can we put on this side? Light dual machine gun. Let's go for a light mortar on that side. A missiles. Light dual machine gun. Unreliable subsystems. Oh gosh, that is painful. We'll get there though. Be alright. Put me on it. That'll help. Balanced is probably what I would go for. Let's see what we can do with balance. I think it just swaps the heavy mortar over to the other side, to be honest. Light mortar, 2-point defense lasers. Helps a bit with some of the mods. Yeah, heavy mortar, light mortar. Let's get rid of the flux distributor, I think. And the burn speed on this, 9. Get rid of reinforced bulkheads and put on an unstable injector instead. Oh no, that reduces weapon range. Oh, that's not great. Well, I am going to want... Let's leave the reinforced bulkheads on for the moment. This is fine. This can slowly build itself up. And I'm happy with how this looks. I will want to put proper weapons on it when we actually get it off to a proper base. But this is fine for the moment. Right, what else do we want? The Tarsus freighter, if we can possibly pick it up, would be super cool. Now, if we can't necessarily fit these things immediately, one thing we can do is mothball them. So we can take them and effectively just like tow them by the fleet. So this is just a salvage job, or we can use a story point to recover it. So let's have a look and see what state it's in. Sometime later you hear back from your chief engineer, who mumbles something about being a miracle worker to someone off screen before noticing you've picked up the call. Commander, looks like we might be able to pull this off. Though I'll say you're not going to find what I'm going to do in any manual. It won't pass any inspection. But then again, we're not in the hegemony fleet. We'll fly though. So it comes with degraded engines and an erratic fuel injector. So it's very inefficient. Its fuel cost is 50% higher. That is huge. And its top speed is very slow. Sensor profile is also massive. It's a big ship. Cargo capacity of 350 is basically my entire cargo capacity for the rest of my fleet put together, if not bigger. And I don't think I can take it. I can't afford to bring it up to readiness, and can't afford the crew for it yet. That's sad. Let's salvage it. Don't get much. Alright, a kite class shuttle. Kites are okay. Again, needs special measures to salvage it because it's very damaged. Have a look, see what state it's actually in. That's very, very damaged. I mean, in terms of carrying just 30 people and 30 cargo, it's not too bad. I think it's probably just worth me trashing that though. So salvage this one as well. Well, I've got 5 storage points to spend now. Let's check out the light carrier down here. This ship is not easily recoverable, but it would be very useful in the upcoming fight against the minor forces guide gunpoint. You can use a story point to make... Yeah, I've noticed this in some of the other places. Thanks for the explicit call out. So, a derelict Condor class light carrier drifting through space. It is battered, though determining whether it's recoverable or not will require closer examination. So let's explore it. As mentioned, it's they reckon it's just salvage worthy. Have a look at this report though. Braided engines and faulty automated systems. So that's just a slower top speed, which is already very slow, so that doesn't make a huge amount of difference. The faulty automated systems is interesting because it means the skeleton crew required is larger than the maximum crew. I'm not sure how that works. I am willing to take it with me and mothball it, because it seems to be in okay nick. Alright, the hull integrity is a bit down. Combat readiness is fine. Okay. Yeah, 180 to crew the shit. I don't think I can do that. I think it technically doesn't work out. Yeah. I think we got to say no. So we're going to have to really start picking some of these other ones. So we've got a dram tanker over here. Oh, this one looks just plain recoverable, which is nice. It's a bit busted again. Graded drive field, erratic fuel injector, and increased maintenance. Oh gosh, it's slow and inefficient, but it does carry a butt ton of fuel. I think I will take it. It will be useful. So let's recover that. Thanks. I might mothball it immediately though. So mothballing it basically just means it gets dragged around. Whoosh. So we'll go up to the buffalo and then swing around to the lasher, the wolf, and the kite. No, doing it in opposite order. Graded engines and structural damage. Okay. Well, it's lower top speed, but it's actually not too bad. Like, out of the damage that it could have, that's reasonable. It's also very, very low to low cost to crew it, so I will take it. Let's have a little look at it. Got just a light dual autocannon. Okay, so it's got something at least. Oh, I want to add militarized subsystems, but I have to be in a dock to do that. Let's do what auto fit we can. I mean, it's got nothing really. I don't think that changes anything. It just cancel, auto fit, spend remaining AP. That just puts capacitors and vents on it really. I could do hardened subsystems, which is probably worth some. I'll sort that out properly again when we get somewhere. Okay, next, the wolf. Okay, this seems to be potentially recoverable. Another erratic fuel injector, but that's okay. That's not too much of a cost here. The maximum crew is equal to the skeleton crew, so we can actually cope with that. That's fine. Glitch sensor rate, don't care. Sensor strength is low, that's also fine. This seems like a reasonable recovery option. Right, let's have a look. See if it came with anything. Point defense laser, ion cannon, heavy blaster. Nice. It's actually not awful. Leave it on assault prefix just to get this set up. We'll take it back to base and do stuff properly there. So Lasher next. This would need special options to recover it. Yeah, none of those seem like particularly bad. So its combat readiness is 0, which is bad. Like, some of these we should really mothball. Accelerated ammo feeder. This is a ballistic. It's like a chainsaw of spaceships, I would say. Maintenance is up by 50%. The increased maintenance, that's bad. Graded shields, they're not too bad. Glitch sensor rate, I quite like this. I want to recover this. Okay, definitely gonna have to mothball it immediately though. So this, where is it? I think it's this one. So we want to mothball that. Let's get this organized a bit. That's roughly it. So mothball that as well. We wasted a bit of materials on it, but this one is fine to recover up slowly. How much more we need? 55. We've got 77. That's okay. I want to make sure we're not going to like totally burn ourselves out. And then the Buffalo Mark II, we're probably just going to have to salvage that. Let's have a look and see what it's like though. Graded life support and compromised hull. It's actually really not too bad. But I don't have the crew for it. If I wanted to recover, I do have the crew for it. I'm wrong. Oh, I see. No, I don't have the crew for it. Maximum crew is now lower than the skeleton crew required because of that degraded life support. So I would have to take it, fix it up, and then use it, which I can't do. Can't afford it, so we'll just salvage it. Cool. Right, we have looted everything here. Double check. Seems fine. We'll head back to Ankira. Put it on sustain burn. This flashing thing is just because we've got low combat readiness ships. We really shouldn't emergency burn while they're in that state. So, this is going to cost us a lot. We're going to get back, speak to her, get any reward that she might have, anything else that she might want to tell us about. Then we'll fix up our ships, equip them. Hey, first up, open com directory. Hey Blair, welcome back. Bunch of rust buckets, aren't they? They sure are. But put some weapons on them and get a proper refit done, and with a dedicated crew, they'll do alright. And it's no worse than what the pirates have got at any rate. Speaking of weapons, yeah, I was just about to talk to you about that. Not much to buy in the open market, but we have some stores. I've already ordered local storage space to be assigned to you with some suitable weapons transfer there. Nice. Along with enough supplies to speedily bring the new ships back to full combat readiness. Oh, if I'd known that, I would have taken more. Use them to outfit your new ships. Make sure you've got enough crew for a full complement on every ship, and then break the rogue miner defenses at the inner jump point. So R goes to refit screen, V to auto fit. Yeah, we've been fiddling around with that already. And yeah, there's some storage in the storage thing. So I take it you've got the stabilization algorithm then. Correct. These cores seem like they can work miracles sometimes. Let me transmit the results. Good luck to you. If you fail, well, we'll have to send the security force to do the job, and then it could get very messy. Good to know you're already working on a plan B. I think it's going to get very messy anyway, to be honest. My gut feeling. Come now, it's not so grim. I have every expectation you'll succeed, or I wouldn't send you. But it's my responsibility as commander to plan for every eventuality and not rely on a miraculous saviour. Now, about those miners. 2 fleets guarding the jump point will aid each other if you engage one when the other is nearby, so it'll be an easier fight if you manage to separate them first. If you can't, it should still be a fight you can win though. Good to know. Right, let's have a look at what they've given us. So we've got this storage thing now. 100 units. We've got some fighters and bombers. Fighter, bomber, and a selection of guns. Nice, guns. take all of this out of storage. Storage does cost you money over time, so what I'll probably do is use what I can, sell what I can't, I guess. Right, refit screen. How much does the restore cost? 120,000. Oh, that's a lot. And you're gonna love this. So it's an exponential multiplier. So if I hit restore on this, it's probably going to be about the same, I reckon. 81,000. It's got 3D mods. 60,000. Oh, this is what I wanted though. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay, right. Let's check out the auto fit. So I can actually auto fit this exactly as per the balanced thing, which is quite nice. Not actually going to cost me anything. Why is that not costing me anything? Because I've got everything already? I guess so. I mean, this is good. Cool, nice, balanced, good start, great. The wolf. Let's have a quick look at what these actually do. Skill use up, okay. Minimum crew, okay. None of that's too bad. We could have this be anything that we want. I think assault is probably where I want to be. Close support is interesting. Tactical lasers actually have a very long range. I've only got one tactical laser, so this ends up being a kind of a mishmash of everything. Whereas this is a bit more true to the design. Overdriven? No, I'm not sure I want safety overrides. Safety overrides is a whole mod which I'll just show you here. It massively increases the top speed. But things go sideways very fast. And also it kind of requires you to be at like point blank range for stuff. So close support, if anything. Now I mentioned tactical lasers. Here we are. Range of 1,000. That's huge. It's beam. This is also beam. Maybe this is good. Okay, let's see how that feels. The lasher. Close support. Dual auto cannons. Strike with some assault guns and machine guns. Strike feels like a good balance. Or this is kind of like for more actual real engagements, rather than this, which is standard. Start with standard. Support, I think. So actually buying some stuff here off the regular market. Not combat. This is also not combat. Oh, I do want to take off reinforced bulkheads and add militarized subsystems instead. I want to do that for all of my civilian ships. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To also add the unstable injector, because no guns on this. Yeah, no guns on this. Get rid of that. That's empty. Good. Graded drive field. Really want to fix this up at some point because that's going to slow us down. I mean, at least now we're only 9. We've got +1 from the militarized subsystems and -1 from the other. So yeah, that's okay. Good. No weapons. This is fine. It has weapons. But I think we can start unmothballing things now. We will need to get a lot more. Oh, it's. I believe it's already unmothballed them. So we need to hire a lot more crew. How's our suspicion level? None at the moment. So you can see all the weapons that we have used. How much do we need? 198. So that's fine. Still suspicion level none. Good. Also repair the ships. Oh, they do not require any repairs. That's good. Did they repair them for us? That's very generous of them. Or does the refit do it automatically? It might be that the refit does it automatically, actually. Okay, so quick review. We've got harpoons, we've got heavy mortars, got some light autocannons, got some point defense lasers at the back. That's a nice balanced setup. Over here, we've got harpoons, we've got graviton beam, then we've got the weird combination of a mining laser and an ion cannon. I don't enjoy that. It's okay though. I feel like this should be. Well, mining laser is fine, I suppose. To compare them. So the mining laser has a bigger range, does less damage per second though, but also has a less flux cost. Other than that, they're both very similar. Point defense laser is probably more useful to actually get rid of fighters and stuff coming in. But it comes with a cost. I don't have any spare energy guns. That's the thing. And there aren't even any for sale here. So I'd need to rip this off if I wanted to do that. Which I could do. I could switch this over to... Really dislike the weapon arcs on this. It's just so inconvenient. Let's leave it as is. Right, we'll have a look at the lasher. So, light machine gun. Another light machine gun, light machine gun. It's great forward-facing stuff. We've got a light mortar and a light mortar. That is a lot of guns. Do you have enough flux dissipation? Let's get rid of the unstable injector. I do like that top speed, but it's going to trash my weapon range. So we'll take that off. And what can I put on instead that might help? Hardened subsystems. Feels like a good idea. Okay, we'll try that for the moment. And then over here we've got a Sabot SRM and a single one. So 4 and 1. We've got a Vulcan cannon back here. I could take this down a little and put militarized subsystems on, but to be honest, I probably don't want this kite in combat. Should I assume that I'm not taking it into combat? I feel like that's a fairly safe assumption, in which case I can take this off, take this off, take this off as well. Then go militarized subsystems for the speed. And what else? Blast doors. Expanded cargo holds. Can't fit them. Oh, take off capacitor. Find a cargo. Because that'll double its cargo, effectively. Yeah, I'm 60, which is suddenly worthwhile. So you can also title these builds. So I can, for example, make that a non-combat shuttle. And then I will know when it comes to deployment that I really do not want to be deploying it. Third moon Mars, it's fine with whatever it had. The Mud Skipper has nothing, and this has nothing. Okay. I think that's just about okay. So I wanted that to be a non-combat, and this is actually combat. So that goes there instead. Okay. Anything to purchase. Hermes shuttle. Very similar to the kite. Subtly different. I mean, this one is a bit ruined. Compromised storage kind of like ruins it totally. It's so ruined. Alright, let's have a look at black market. Nothing that we can afford. Lashers are the most interesting thing there, but no thank you. Okay, 166 supplies. We're using 1.2 per day. That's just purely for ship maintenance, and that's for everything. So we've got 0.3, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Supply usage is just a constant. Save. Okay. Next thing for us to do is to stabilize the inner system jump point. Means that we're going over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to approach it from the belt. So we'll head over there. I'll go dark along the way when I'm out of sight of the hegemony. Let me just get this marked on my autopilot. Right. There's someone. So we know that there's 2 fleets out here. Oh, come on. I'm holding S to move slowly, and it seems to be a bit inconsistent in what it actually do. This is quite large. Unidentified fleet looking for your fleet. So I can't tell what makeup that is, but it looks like there is a drone ship, a shuttle, like going from right to left. A drone ship with some drones, a kite shuttle, a wolf, and some sort of destroyer. So this seems quite dangerous to me. I just suffered some damage from hitting an asteroid. 2 bits of damage from hitting an asteroid. Okay, we can see what these are now. That is a rocket cruiser. Oh dear. Heavy armor, surveying equipment. Also compromised armor. That is a lot of armor. 10,000 hull. Holy crap. Faulty power grid. Okay. What else has it got? It's got a Sunder, an assault destroyer. This is big and scary. Okay. And a kite. And a hound. So what I should probably do is... What are these? These are mining pods. Focus on the hound first and work my way up. I guess. Focus fire. Open a comlink. I should have sent in the real Navy, not some grounder leaking in their vac suit. Okay, fine. Move into engage. Let's try this. So this is basically my force. I could send in the non-combat shuttle, but it would just be as a distraction. Not going to do that unless I need to retreat. So now I need to change my control scheme again. So let me do that quickly. Okay, it's starting to get sensor pings. Right, Sunder is there. Let's destroy the Sunder. Everyone, eliminate this no matter what it does to you. Nice. Great work, everyone. Okay, next focus. What's this? This is the combat freighter. Probably the next best target. We're going to eliminate that. You know what? Let's go after this. And then everyone just engage at will. Alright, let's vent my flux. You can do that manually. Taking a little bit of armor damage from the drones there on the side, but I don't mind that so much. I want to make sure I keep my flux level under control. Get these engines taken out. Vent. Then we'll get back in for a little bit more. Nice. I think we got this. Woo! Nice one. So, 3 crew, but no Marines. Well, we don't have any Marines anyway, so that's not particularly surprising. Your forces were able to gain a complete victory in the last engagement. Salvage Chief reports that several ships disabled or destroyed during the battle could be restored to basic functionality. Recovering them instead of breaking them for salvage will greatly reduce the salvage gain from these ships. Well, yes, that makes sense, because you're not stripping them for parts. Let's consider ship recovery. So, all of these would take a story point to recover. They all have more demods than they did going into that fight. I'm not certain any of them are worth it. I suppose the kite might be, given that, you know, it's mostly just its hull integrity and its sensor profile. The Hound is not super awful, I suppose. They don't have shield generators though. That's the biggest problem with Hounds. It's kind of like a bad freighter, I suppose. I wanted to look at it that way. And then the Sunder, the assault destroyer, good shields from what I remember. Yeah. Also filled with energy weapons, but I think it's a bit too fragile for my liking for what it is. Can I compare to my own ship? So I've got 6,000 hull integrity and 500 armor. I'm a destroyer. Okay. Also 7,600 flux capacity. It has 4,250. So it's half the armor rating and 2/3 the armor. It does have more flux capacity. That's the shield, effectively. But I don't think I want it. Finally, the rocket cruiser has a lot of rockets. And it's a shame I ruined that so much. It does have surveying equipment, though, which is very interesting. So, Venture class cruisers are usually constructed. Why does that have surveying equipment? Anyway, I'm not going to collect any of those. I don't have enough crew for, well, anything except the tiny little shuttle, but I don't want to spend a story point on it, especially because it's heartbroken. I've got enough for the moment, I think. So your relationship with the pirates is reduced. We also got a small amount of credits from General Salvage. And then we get to pick through the wreckage. We've actually got more space to actually take all of this stuff now, which is lovely. Nice. So that's one of 2 fleets, I think, that are supposed to be here. Also gained another story point to spend if I want. There's the other one. Is it bigger? What I care about. Looks about the same size. No, looks slightly smaller. I'm glad I separated them. Let's go in. I mean, I could wait 4 days if I wanted all my repairs to be completed. Avoiding contact at the moment, so we can also go dark and sneak up on them. So the Polyphemus still has only 78% hull integrity. That's worth bearing in mind. They have their own hammerhead. Ooh. How is it armed? Arbalest autocannons. Harpoons. I've got harpoons. And 4-point defense lasers. Interesting. I wonder how those Arbalest autocannons compare to my heavy mortars. Then they've got a drone tender and they've got a combat freighter. If a spacer steals food, feed his family, his comrades. They call it piracy. If that makes me a pirate, then I'd rather be a pirate than a poor tad saluting the phoenix. Sure. The phoenix is the symbol of the hegemony. I actually don't disagree with him on some level. Provided you're not stealing from people that also need it. If you're stealing from people that can afford it, I have less qualms with piracy when it's about, you know, feeding and surviving. But I've been paid to kill you guys, so actually I haven't. I could have avoided this fight and just snuck in and stabilized the wormhole. That would have been acceptable as well. Cool, so there's another option here. Order your second in command to handle it. That auto resolves the combat, but you get a less favourable outcome than you could if you just handle it yourself. So more likely that their ships will retreat and escape and stuff. We'll take command of the action because we're overconfident. There we are. I think that's about all that we want to say. So it's going to cost us 20 supplies again, so I hope we get more than that back. Oh, and they're already here, and it looks like they're trying to retreat. So we can focus on trying to destroy them specifically. If we were to do that, I would say destroy this as priority, and Let's see how it goes. Oh, those drones are trying to take out my missiles. That's sad. Not entirely surprising, but still sad. Now we've got a slight speed boost from being flux free. Going to vent my flux and then get back up there and keep adding damage. Got it. Right, that's the main thing. I think everything else is... Oh, cool. Almost entirely gone. Destroy, indeed. I wasn't actually sure that was going to work quite as well. Let's get the video feed from over here and we'll just watch this unfolding. This last little guy. No! Don't get away! Come on! He was being lasered. Disappoint. That's fine, I suppose. Hey, apparently they got 2 things retreat. I just one we managed to blow up 2 of their 3 ships. Maybe he got away at the start and I didn't notice. Could have been drones, I suppose, that we took out. Anyway, needs more space grenades. I don't think space grenades are a thing. Not in this yet, anyway. The retreating enemy forces were able to disengage, but not without taking losses. My relationship with them has soured. We got 453 credits from general loot, and we get to pick through the wreckage, and no, not quite enough supplies to make it worth our while. So it costs us 20 to deploy that. It's going to take us a little bit to heal up some of the damage as well. We do get fuel, machinery, general metals, and some harpoons as well. So not the end of the world. And also, we can go back after them, right? In fact, I might do that. He's avoiding contact. I want to engage again. We can just force another fight. More, yeah. So pursue them. And then we will take command of the action. And what I'm going to do this time, I will deploy at the bottom. I will deploy this guy on the left. This guy on the right. And this guy on the right. Then I can go destroy both of these, basically. And, of course, I will move myself in a similar way. If I'm really lucky, they'll get overconfident and come at me. Fortunately, I move a bit slower because I'm having to shoot at these things. Fingers crossed my ships will come in from the side and catch up. That's all the missiles I've got. Come on, ships. Put your shields down. Go faster. Travel much faster without your shields up. Well, there's one down. And that one's... yes. Cool. That's great. Thanks, Alex. So I could recover this combat freighter. I I don't think I want it. I have smashed it to hell. It's actually not too bad looking at it. So 75 cargo capacity for 3 supplies a month. That's not too inefficient. Its crew capacity is okay. Maybe I will take it. It's only a standard recovery. Sure, let's recover it. And then mothball it until we can go and plan what we're actually going to do with it. Right, so where I am now, this is the next job, stabilize the jump point. But the thought strikes me that supplies are currently in high demand, as is fuel to a certain degree, but mostly supplies. As soon as I open this jump point, things are going to get much easier for people. So, sell the supplies to anchor all the pirates. Let's head over there. Have a word. We are still dark. My transponder is still off as well. There we are. So I can move. Right. Do I need to be in like sustained burn in order to move slowly while doing that? Feels a bit weird. I'll go dark. Pretty much here. Let me pull up my fleet screen. I just need 2 more supplies to finish repairs. That's fine. Because I'll want to make sure that I don't sell so many supplies that I can't cope, you know. Oh, I gained an actual level and I didn't realise. That's good. So I can go for this supply cost reduction, which is nice. Also minus 50% resources required to survey planets. The other option is fuel. And weirdly, crew health loss. I think I'll just go for this. And then start working our way towards coordinated maneuvers. Nice. Can make that elite if I want. Don't think I need to. It's not like I'm spending the story point. No, I'll save it. Something for future me to think about. Right, there's that big fleet that we spotted before. We might take that out. That's always an option. But for the moment, we want to have a look, see what we can sell these for. 304 per unit. That is nice. 69 per unit. So I'll sell 60 or sell that. That's very nice. Oh, actually, undo, abort. We'll do it all on the black market. So 60 fuel. We'll sell probably 100 supplies. Gonna make bank. All of that. I suppose we could also sell the heavy machinery and just buy some more in a bit. God, this feels like a horrible thing to do. Sell 30 more of this actually. Anything else? I think that's probably good at the moment. Probably go down to like 30 or so of these. Nice. That is a lot, which is good. I don't care for the expanded missile rack mod spec nor the turret gyros one. And on the other side, we've got insulated engine assembly, which we've seen in one of the ships that we recovered, but this will allow us to put it in other ones. Interesting. Let's not for the moment, though. No one in the bar. Com directory. The agent doesn't have anything else for us. Let's have a look at ships they've got available. So we can actually afford some of these now, although they are busted to all hell. Hound, as I mentioned, is like the most interesting option. Actually, this Hound, we auto fit it as standard, I think. But do I just want to use it as a non-combat? Oh, it's got shielded cargo holds. Didn't even realize that. That's quite cool. Okay, so let's treat this as a non-combat freighter. So I'm just going to prefix it here with non-combat freighter. That's right. So degraded engines and degraded life support, not great. We can add unstable injector in case it does get into combat. That will help a bit. Hardened subsystems, no, we don't need that really. Expanded cargo holds is probably good as a general fit. Then surveying equipment, sure. This seems like a nice general all-purpose pirate ship. For now, anyway. Excellent. I like that. I'll also want to crew it and unmothball it. So we'll need to buy some, but I'll also need to repair it. Oh, I can't repair it here. Do I just not have enough supplies? Possible. 14 supplies for a total repair? Interesting. No, it's just not lit. That's fine. It'll tick up over time. It's only 14 supplies that we'll use. We'll have the whole thing open by that point. Nice. Let's... Do I want to attack that? It looks like another rocket one, basically. And I think I could take it. That's roughly what I'm thinking. Let's go for it. Oh, it's a strike destroyer. It is not a rocket cruiser. That is bigger. We also have a combat freighter. This could be interesting. I think we should be alright. Doesn't have too much wrong with it, which is the downside. Its armor rating is a bit bad. But in general, it's very big. Let's try and do this. I think they're fleeing. But let's just go in from the front rather than the side at all. And I think everyone focus on that. Wow, it's basically just taking out my there's no shields, so that's interesting. Yeah, I think we got this. Nothing that swarm tactics can't outdo, rather. Got a lot of hull though. Womp. Nice. Oh. No enemy ships managed to escape. No, they did not. A ship disabled during the battle can be restored. Which one? Oh, the small one. Looks like I need to mothball that ship immediately anyway. No, let's just continue. Pick through the wreckage. Get what we can. Some more supplies, which is good because we really need them. A few other random bits. Oh, I didn't see that because it... space should not close those dialogues. It was probably saying something about the mining station, but who knows? Where is the debris field over there? Oh no, I've already been to that one. It's fine. Let's head towards the warp point that we wanted to do. We'll turn on our transponder in a second. I think we have taken as much as we can from the pirates in this system. They will soon learn to not be pirates anymore, I believe. Okay, stabilize the jump point. Load the stabilization algorithm into your jump program. The drive field goes through a series of esoteric fluctuations, their resonance gradually cancelling out the instability in this jump point. The jump point should be stable enough to use within a day or so. Nice. So not just yet, but we do have to return to Ankira, which will probably trigger that. So let's start that going. All hail me! I did wondrous things for you. I can repair my ships now. Yeah, 8 supplies, that's fine. Do that now. At the moment, supplies still... Yep, still 337 per unit. I'm really hoping that changes, because they are very expensive at the moment, and we've not been very efficient in terms of our ships. Black market, let's sell this. I don't think there's anything else we necessarily want to sell. Calorific shields is interesting. I think I'll buy that. And makeshift shield generator. So I guess that would be for like the, what was it, the Hound that we saw that didn't have a shield generator. Hey there, Brad. Things are going very well, thank you very much. I'm just at the end of the tutorial in this newer, much harder version of the game that I have modded. I, in air quotes, died in one of the early fights, which was great. My fleet managed to win, but yeah, I needed to recover my own ship, and now it's a bit busted up. Where is it? This... down here. Where is it? This one. The ISS Starflyer. Yeah, it's now got damaged weapon mounts because it got totally trashed. I've got myself a new Hammerhead destroyer, which is a bit unreliable. It's things feel a lot more rickety. If I want to restore this, it's so expensive. I mean, it's good. I'm definitely thinking more about how I can exploit people in order to afford what it is that I want to do, which is a great change in my gameplay to normal. So to give you an example, the tutorial has you reconnecting the star system that you start off with the rest of the sector. So I have leveraged the fact that everything is cut off at the moment to maximize my profit by killing all the pirates and selling the supplies off to the various stations. And now I'm about to open the wormhole, and hopefully this flow of supplies and stuff will come through again and prices will drop and I can actually repair my shit up. Yeah, considering it's just like some really, really minor configuration and logic changes, it's yeah, it's nice. Right, let's report that we've done what we were supposed to do. Well done! The station commander Watts seems a bit giddy with excitement. We actually did it! No, I did it. You just never know with these things. It's such a relief to not be cooped up in this system anymore. It's going to take like 24 hours for that wormhole to stabilize. Here's your reward, well earned and with my gratitude. In addition, I've set you up with a monthly stipend from the Galatia Academy, which is that other space station we found earlier, in recognition of services rendered. It should run for 3 full cycles. Frankly, they don't have much room to complain right now. Didn't even have to lean on them too hard to get this sorted out. Now, I expect the authorities at the headquarters on Jangala in the Corvus system would like to hear about the recent events. Do you deliver a report for me? Ask to speak with Station Commander Weiss when you get there. Oh, and make sure to take enough fuel to make the trip. Flying in system, as you have been, doesn't use fuel, so it's easy to be forgetful that flying in hyperspace does. Need 70 units to get there. Well, yeah, so I sold most of my fuel to the pirates because they were paying through the nose for it. I'm hoping it gets cheaper again, like this sort of stuff. If you do manage to run out of fuel somewhere, use a distress call. By the way, help may not be helping. Help might be a salvager fleet trying to kill you, so just be warned. Also declaring a bounty on the remaining rogue miner fleets here. If you like, you can stick around here and help mop up before going to Corvus. That's interesting. Ooh, now side quests are available. So that's good. She now lets me commission with the hegemony, which I won't want to do. Let's have a look at prices. Oh, cool. Prices have already come down. That's great. So I can actually fill up on supplies and fuel. So that's probably good for the moment. Let me just confirm that. I also sold a bunch of heavy machinery to the pirates. There is none here. That's a little worrying. Where can I buy heavy machinery from? Some not too far away places, like 4 and a bit light years is a reasonable price at cheapish. Yeah. So I basically sold them for like 300 or so units each here, which was really, really nice. But of course, I didn't really consider that they don't sell them back. Any idea what faction I want to align with? I don't know yet. I think like I like the Persian League in general, because I think their attitude is good. They're like an opposition party that don't like the hegemony. Politically, I find myself kind of leaning towards them. Can't ally yourself with the independents per se. Nor can you with the pirates, per se. You can be liked by them, and you can kind of help them, but they're too spread out and disparate. They don't really have a political entity, so it's too hard to work with them. Tritachyon would be really interesting. I'm a big fan of the Tritachyon ships, all the high-tech stuff. But the Persian League kind of leans a little bit into high-tech, so I'm kind of feeling that's roughly where I'm likely to end up. That or the Syndrian Diktat, because I do like military dictatorships. So yeah, probably Persians. I don't think I could get behind the Luddic Church or the Luddic Path without having a playthrough that was like hilariously low tech. And the Hegemony feels very much like Daddy's first space RPG. Like, they are known bad militarists, however you start with them. So yeah. Persian League, I expect. Let's have a look at the map, actually. Right. So Corvus is where I need to go. That's hegemony, independent, and pirates. Hegemony as well. Down here, that's all hegemony. Arcadia is hegemony. This is unexplored. But Valhalla is hegemony and Tritacian. More hegemony. Persian League starts around Yima and Wawa. Hybrasil is Tritacian. Marasura is Persian League and Tritacian. Persians. Indran. Yeah, maybe I'll kind of like loiter around here. Thule, Mayasura, and Asconia. Sort of like hit these three-ish. Possibly with a little bit of Hybrasil. If I can keep more people friendly, then I will. Because there's no downside to it. I probably won't commission myself with one of the factions because that immediately makes everyone that they are hostile with hostile to you. Whereas if you just help them out, people are like, they don't care so much. Yeah, so northwestish region, that's where I'm thinking of going. Side quests at the moment though. And also there's bounty in the system, I think, until... not technically yet. I might need to come out of the conversations first. So let's just leave that. There we are. Yeah. Bounties. Comms relay starts hitting. So we've got system bounty in Galatia, which is where we are. That's helping the hegemony. That will make the hegemony like us. Won't make anyone not like us, except the pirates who we're going to be shooting, obviously. Thule. Yeah, Thule is probably smart. 17 days, that's not a huge amount. I don't think I could get there in time, really. But it's just, again, killing pirates and the Luddic folk. Also, the Independent want the pirates and the Luddic path. Yeah, maybe Thule is going to be one of my big places. Thule and Kumari Kandam. I will, of course, also want to survey places and set up my own colony at some point, but that's likely to be many, many days away. What bounties do we have nearby? System bounty, system bounty, system bounty, system bounty, personal bounty. They're all travelling quite a way away. Okay, so there's bounty in here on pirates, which I could do just to get a little bit of cash. It's probably smart. It also might get me some heavy machinery, which would be smart. I want to go over to Galatia Academy and speak to them because they felt like they had jobs for me, and I want to have a look at the stuff going on here, see if any of this is interesting. So there is a tough-looking man in powered armor, drowning an acrid liquor. Intimidating anyone who comes too close with a feral stare. And then there's a rakish woman who is surrounded by some lowlifes. And then there's an underworld boss. So let's see what the power armor guy wants. I like you, you're not scared, blah blah. Full of boasts and brags. He is offering us a job. So he wants us to raid something. Basically, he thinks that we can get a Sunder class destroyer, and it would take 20 Marines to do that. That's interesting. So we pay him 14,000 credits to get the location of this, and we would need to hire 20 Marines and then go there and try and do it under the radar. I'm not sure I want a Sunder class destroyer. We killed one earlier. It went down relatively quickly. Let's get detailed info on the target there. So, is that going to actually charge me though? I don't know. Let's decline because I'm not sure if that is like going to tell me about the ship itself. Let me just save quickly. Because I ain't spending 14k on something that I don't want to accept. Right. Not com directory. It was shuttle. This guy. Detail. Give me details. Okay. So this is it. Oh, it's pristine. That's interesting. That high energy focus subsystem is similar to the frigates that I like. That's the very interesting. But yeah, hull integrity and armor is very low. Doesn't have a huge amount of strength behind it. High shields though. Very, very high shields. I'm surprised it's only a midline. Sorry, I'm now eating sweets, so I've got my mouth full of it. There are 3 tech types. Low tech, midline, and high tech. This one is apparently not high tech, despite being mostly focused around shield emitters and energy weapons. Good shield though. 300 degree arc covers everything except the engines, probably. I don't know why its top speed is reduced. That kind of implies that there is actually something wrong with it and it's just not telling me here. Let's see what the other options are. So deliver an item, 19 light years away. In a small electromagnetic shielded safe. That's funny. Don't be seen making it. So basically smuggling. Okay, could possibly do that. And then the underworld boss. So, he's a cyber modded thug. Nice. Apparently I've got bodyguards. I did not know that. Oh, he has better orgs in training. Nice. So, this guy loves talking about himself and is quite content to do so without anyone else getting a word in edgeways. Could we do something for him? Bring the spaceport on Scarthy offline for 60 days. It's 4 light years away. Again, that's the sort of thing that would require a raiding party of Marines. I don't really feel like raiding for the pirates. Certainly not in this playthrough anyway, so I'm going to decline that. Let's head out and we will go to Galatia. Oh, actually, since the gate is open, there might be new ships available for purchase. Nope. And no. So, on to the Galatia Academy Station. And then we'll sort of fly around and look for some pirates for a bit. Oh, interesting. They might be pirates, they might be neutral, they might be smugglers. There's 2 groups of them. They are pirates, because they're raiding. Let's see if I can sneak up on them. Oh, running from my fleet. I should interdict them, really. So, interdiction pulse will effectively slow them down. And then I turn off Go Dark and just chase up. But caught up with them. I mean, this is the other group, but same difference. So, pirate fleet assumes neutral posture. Indications are that it's aware of your identity despite your fleet's transponder being turned off, likely due to having seen you recently. That's fine. We have a wolf, 2 wolves, a kite, and a hound. Let's move in to engage. Actually, speak to them first. When you get to the next live, tell them it was Second Levesque that sent you. That's an interesting name. But, okay, eh? So, overall difficulty means that this battle gives me 45% extra XP. Interesting. Let's get in there. Right, I want to take out the wolves first, if at all possible. So everyone focus on this one. And I will probably focus on this one. Alright, I guess I'm focusing on this first. Oh, that is annoying. Your shields can't take it. Why would you engage? Oh, to distract me from the others, probably. Here I come, guys. Yes, I did just bump him with my ship. Yes, that does do damage. Yes, there is a good reason why I don't deploy everything. Some of that stuff is non-combat. It would just cost me supplies and just end up immediately trying to flee from combat. Back up the vent a little. Getting surrounded. Come on, catch up. These damn wolves are very fast and maneuverable. Because they've got that whole phase jump thing that they do. Right, he's gone. Where's the other one? All the way over there. Yeah, that's the ISS Polyhymnia? Terrible name. I think they're just fleeing now. We're not gonna catch up in this. The other ship might, just about. Probably not, though. I think he's got too much of a head start. But we get a little bit of bounty on it. And we can force the combat again if we really want. So 1 crew was lost. Interesting. We get a option to go in straight away. Let's pursue them immediately. Because what we can do, it's going to cost more supplies to do this, of course. But we can deploy us at the bottom. We'll get that coming from the left and that coming from the right. And that's probably enough to catch it and get it. And everything just like eliminate that, thanks. Oh, I put them both on the left. Whoops. Oh, I've got no missiles left. Something tells me these two aren't actually going to catch it in time. You two, go here instead. Like, be smarter about your intercept path, please. Alright, he's now moving away, so you two can basically just go straight after it. Hopefully they can catch up. Yes. If we can get that engine, that would be ideal. Just redline that engine. No, get closer before you shoot. Get closer before you shoot. Come on, don't just let him get away. Come on, you're killing me. Ah, we're just not quite fast enough. That's why I want to get coordinated maneuvers, really. Okay, so they were able to disengage. That's fine. Let's have a look, see if we can actually recover anything. The kite? No, that's trashed. It's not really going to be worth us picking apart, so we'll cancel that and we'll just loot. $3,000 credit bounty. Very nice. Just about pay for the supplies, I think, that we used to do that. And there's that other group. Do I want to go after them straight away? Maybe. So, what are they? They're the same layout, actually. Let's just go to Glacier Academy. Oh, they might actually... No, they're running away from it. Okay. Okay, the stark white hulls of Glacier Academy Station crawl past in slow magisterial rotation. The ivory tower looms before you. Your request to the docking queue is approved. Nice. Better than last time when it was denied. Your comms officer helpfully mutes the chirpy automated feed presenting a boulderized history of the Glacier Academy and its role in providing education and research to the Persian sector, while remaining above political influence. The landing promenade is filled with a modest civilian transport, a few high-end personnel crafts, and at the far end, a row of freighters offloading supplies. Junior Academy agent greets you in the landing lounge with a promotional paraphernalia in hand. Greetings, Captain. Perhaps you are an alumni? Have you considered donating to a scholarship trust with the Academy? Let's just request a meeting with the Provost. The agent makes a quiet request through their personal comms and then gives you a patient look. New Provost is very, very busy. New administration after the recent unpleasantness, you know? It could take some time. Days, weeks sometimes. You might want to leave your comm ID with me and come back in. Comms unit chimes softly. Yes? Really? I mean, yes, we'll come up immediately. The agent turns to you. Provost Baird will see you right now. Please follow me, Captain. You are led through the discreet, secure access door to a series of passages that bypass the public concourses. You are brought up a travel lift which activates at the Academy agent's presence. Step inside at the agent's encouraging nod. The lift pad is wrapped by diamond matrix, through which you can watch the canyon-like sweep of plazas pass by, filled with crowds of students, academics and technicians. Sounds like a personal hell to me. Raising your gaze, you see that the pod is approaching a tiered substructure, which seems to hang over the curve of the station interior. The pod slows and you shuffle to adjust the local grav effect You shuffle to adjust to the local grav effect field gradient. You must be near the core of Galatia Station. A guard wearing a mirrored faceplate? That's oppressive. Dismisses the junior agent and ushers you in through the first doors to an antechamber filled with small groups of people who are presumably waiting to meet with the provost. They have perfect hair and perfect skin, unmarred by the radiation or burns that mark a spacer. Those cybernetics you can spot are consciously stylish adornments rather than crude augments. Many have brought their young progeny with them. The stench of wealth and influence is palpable. Heads turn as you are led past all of them towards a set of large doors which appear to be inlaid with wood, real trees. Feel their glares on you like point defense fire on heavy armor. Play it cool, eyes forward. You enter the office as the doors close silently behind you. Provost Anahita Baird turns to acknowledge your entrance while concluding a call via her desk tablet. Ancient wooden shelves for real paper books gleam darkly in subdued light emanating tastefully from nowhere. I'm guessing like wood is a real rarity at the moment. The shelves are only half stocked from crates scattered around the office. The brass orrery of the Galatia system adorns a plinth in the centre of a seating cluster. Parchments mounted behind the provost's desk display intimidating intellectual rankings, their seals of authenticity slowly glowing. I apologise for the mess, she says, having noted your examination. They've only just moved office. Well, yes, the other one was sort of fired into space, I believe. Before you speak, she raises a hand. You're not here to set up a donation. Why then? Because it's very much in my interest to know about the up-and-coming mercenary captain who corrected the unfortunate situation created by my ambitious but incautious predecessor. A pause. This institution is not devoted to purely theoretical work. She forms a cradle with her hands as if to hold an idea as she explains it. For what use is knowledge if it does not give us the power and wisdom to change the world for the better? I think she's thinking too small, to be honest. She's only thinking about a world. She leaves the question hanging in the air for a moment. Knowledge can also be very profitable. I feel like that's my character. Provost Baird cuts you off as you begin to speak. The question was rhetorical, Captain. She brings her hands apart. My point is that the Galatia Academy can make use of someone like you. Someone capable, discreet. My person is not discreet at the moment. And here she pauses, a tactic for emphasis she appears to employ often, and very well paid. I do not wish to make the same mistake as my predecessor. One wants work done properly, one must provide appropriate incentive. She leans back and looks at you, done speaking for real this time. I'm interested. I could always do with more money. I shall put you in contact with academician? Is that a word? Alvis Sebastian. Oh god, he's got such a poor name. I'm sorry, Sebastian. That's unfortunate. He will be your liaison with the Academy. You will receive a few mundane tasks from various departments in the Academy so that we may build a working rapport as well as provide you with the funds that you require to bring your fleet up to my standards. She looks over her spectacles at you. Most of all, I require evidence of trust. I intend to remain provost here for a long time, and productive relationships are built on trust. We will speak again before long, I'm sure. She looks out at the dimmed windows at the great halls of the Glacier Academy. You cannot imagine what we shall accomplish. She smiles now. Not for you, but for herself. Interesting. I wonder how long she's been waiting for this predecessor to screw up as bad as he did. Hello, Alvis. Oh, hello, it's you. Your contact almost looks surprised that you're calling, but manages to launch into an upbeat introduction. My name is Alvis Sebastian. The new provost, that is, Provost Baird, assigned me to be your liaison with the academy. I hope you're as excited to work with me as I am to be working with you. Oh god, I hate this guy already. Nice to meet you. Random title word. Academician. That's so hard to say. Academician. That's dislike. Actually, should we get on with it? Yeah. We're more brute, I think. Right. Yes. He seems nervous to be meeting a real life space captain. You idly wonder how he even got this position. Different departments in the Glacier Academy tell me what they need done, then I coordinate with freelancers such as yourself to procure the necessary services. Oh, and I run jobs by the finance office. We have to make sure you get paid. That's very important. At any time there may be various jobs open to you, just have to check with me. Or sometimes there may be no jobs if they're all fulfilled. But it looks like she wants you to have first priority for anything that comes up. She must like you. I'm not so sure of this. But let's see what he's got available. Okay, so team in Hollow Art Studies would like a special instrument package run on a ring system at Beta L Nagang. A key academic from the Xenobiology department was imprisoned by the Ludic Church on Tartessus for performing research. We need someone to pay the tithe so they can be released. Okay. The post-expansion philosophy department has turned up records of a data cache on Gamma Marathon IL4 in the Gamma Marathon system. So they need to go and transmit the contents back. All of this sounds interesting. I wonder if any of it's got time limits. So the applied hollow art doesn't have a time limit. It's just 43 light years away. Okay. So we'll take that job. The data retrieval on Gamma Marathon is 30 light years away. Take that as well. Also no time limit. And the imprisoned researcher. They're enthusiastic about enforcing certain prescripts. Okay. So they give us 68,000 credits for the ransom, and we get 58,000 credits in total. Free the researcher without paying. Do I get to keep the ransom credit? That's a very good question. I'm glad I'm asking it. Technically, they are working capital appropriated to hiree, so yes, basically. Sure, I'll take that as well. Also, doesn't seem to have a date associated with it. Right, let's see where these are. So, things that we have accepted. Now, I don't imagine we're actually going to do these very quickly. That's not too far, but it is full of Ludic Church. That is far, and that is further. Those are both very, very far. So maybe problems for future us to deal with. That's completed. What else do we have? There was... I'm sure we had to go to Bangala, Corvus. Why is that not showing? Story, that's why. 18 fuel needed to get to Corvus. Let's head back to Ankira. We've got 130 sea fuel. I think 6.7 a day for the repairs, which will only take 6, so 128. we're kind of doing all right. Take out these pirates. We can catch up with them. Being a bit stealth, which I'm going to have to stop doing, I think, if I want to catch them. I mean, I could probably interdict them if I really wanted to catch them. Does emergency burn give me... I don't think it does. There we go. Got him. Right. So, combat freighter, a wolf, another wolf, and a kite. Radic fuel injector, degraded life support, degraded shields, compromised hull. Crush my enemies, absolutely. Increased maintenance, compromised hull. Well, the wolves should go down quickly. Move and engage. Take this, and leave the rest. See them driven before me. Maybe. We'll see. They do have a couple of wolves. Like, they technically have better ships than most of mine. The only thing that's really trying to balance it is this, and the fact that I'm hurling these ships at them with reckless abandon. I'm not sure in space you can hear the lamentation of women. Right. We've got a wolf there. Can we tell which one that is? That's compromised hull, increased maintenance. This one is graded shields, compromised hull. So let's target this one first. Actually, target both of them. The wolves are the most annoying bits, so I really want to get those out. I will focus on the kite and the drone ship in the middle. Please don't be doing that. That was very mean. I'm not very good at target leading in this. Alright, let's vent my flux. My armor's also hurting a bit because I took quite a lot of damage during that from taking out the kite shield. Nice. Just can't stand my total overload there. The leading of targets is fine if you're not bad at it. So you can get things to make it better for you. Like a integrated targeting unit, for example. And that will provide you like a little leading pip that you can follow and makes it much easier. But I don't have that technology. Nice, all destroyed. Oh, I didn't realise that. Additional XP due to overall battle difficulty was plus 69%. Combat freighter, but it's busted. No thanks. How's my turning speed? In my destroyer, it's a bit tanky. I can get skills to improve that. So, good enough to keep up? If I skill into it, yes, it will be fine. So, there's this skill here, which actually I could learn now if I really wanted, which adds 50% to maneuverability, and that makes a huge difference. I'm actually going to be pushing towards this, though, which increases the nav rating of my fleet for deployed frigates. Nav rating increases your overall top speed of all ships in the fleet. And since I have trouble running people down at the moment rather than necessarily in the fight itself, I feel like that's probably more important. So, I mean, there's some other stuff I could do as well along the way. This is particularly interesting, sensors, and I haven't really looked at most of this technology stuff. I don't do phase ships at the moment, but flux regulation is good. That helps your shield and weapons keep going effectively. Fighter uplink, I don't really do that. ECM is very good though. That helps anti-missile stuff, as you might expect. Energy weapon mastery is something that I really want when I've got energy weapons. But gunnery implants is good on everything. So yeah, I think I'm going to move for this first. So let's go for weapon drills, I think. Just 10% extra weapon damage. Boom. So, Ankira will sell this metal stuff that we just picked up. And then we shall look to head somewhere else. Over to Corvus, I guess. And head to Jangala and report that we have reconnected this space system. Star system. Ah, the hegemony has oh crap, I don't have my transponder on. You're friendly. We were just saying that you weren't going to do this when I'm... The hegemony asks you to keep your transponder off to start with, but then I think as soon as the tutorial is technically over, it stops being a thing that you're allowed to do. I'm going to talk my way out of it. No, actually, I'll turn it on and comply. It's fine. Yeah, they scan it. I don't care. Whitney Perez, I hate you. But they do have a big scary Sunder. It's a bit busted. Degraded shields, but it's still a scary Sunder. Rude. Right, so selling metals. Since we were just caught with our transponder off, I'm going to not do it on the black market. I'm going to accept my tariffs and say thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Government person. Sell a couple of auto cannons and a light mortar as well, because I don't need so many excess bits. Probably fine. I've only got 10 heavy machinery, so I want to buy some more, but probably do that over in Corvus. Neither of those things I want to do. No one here to speak to. Right. On to the next place then. Specifically Jangala there. That's where we're going. And on our big engines. I really like the effect of all the fleet ships together. Very nice, very pretty. The different colours I think are based on the tech level of the ships themselves. So low tech, midline, low tech, midline, high tech, and midline. Lasers or projectiles? Mostly all of this is projectiles. I say mostly, not all of it. We do have some lasers in there. I want more lasers. I want more ships that can field more lasers. But for the moment, I don't have a huge amount. So this has an ion cannon on it, which is great. This has quite a few. This has a mining laser, an ion cannon, a graviton beam, tactical laser. So this is currently laser central. This is all ballistic. There's pretty much all ballistic. It does have some point defense lasers, but you know, they're barely lasers. It really depends on what the markets have available. Gosh, what's going on here? They're just leaving. There's a debris field. Stop. Engine stop. Come back to this debris field. Salvage. There's likely something of value and significant risk involved. That seems fine. I lost 2 heavy machinery. That's annoying, but maybe we'll get... Wow, we got 1 back. Ah, you're on a salvage expedition? I just salvaged it. Beat you to it. Also, that's a massive fleet. Holy shit. Glad they're not trying to kill me. Continue with our autopilot. Hi. Independents have said there's a domain era probe that they want investigating as well. Should keep an eye on where these things are. If any of them are not bazillion miles away, then it's worth us pursuing them. That one's not, but you know, in general it is. So that's my fuel range, just to give you an idea of how far that is not worthwhile. The 2 rings denote your maximum fuel range and your fuel range if you were to go there and come back. Really, really nice touch. So story, this is what we're doing. Now, I'm in deep space. So, not going dark necessarily. Just turning off my transponder because I don't want pirates to know who I am, and they absolutely will go after me. I will have to turn it back on when I go into the hegemony system. So that was only a short jaunt, but general advice is when you're in hyperspace, turn off your beacon because it will attract unwanted attention. So turn on transponder and then jump. Ooh, there's a pirate base. We are quite close to it. What else do we have here? What's Warian? That is a mercenary patrol. Warian is the planet. So what we could do is turn off our beacon, go dark, go to Garnier, have a look, see what's there, see what they need. Can I get market info here? I might be able to actually. Not from this. There is definitely a screen which has it. I just have no idea where it is. Not that one. I don't think it's this one either. Intel screen and then planets, maybe? Something like this. So Garnier. No, that goes back to that. We're also in a magnetic field at the moment, which fine, doesn't cause damage, but you know, you want to be careful of environmental hazards and make sure you're not doing too much stupid stuff. There's a fight going on up there between the mercenaries and some pirate fleet, I imagine. Right. Pirate market. What do they have? Mod spec. Heavy armor mod spec. Pick that. Burn it. And what else do we have? Oh, I could have bought it on the black market instead. I will buy that to learn. I'm not sure if I'll ever use it, but right, this is what I wanted. This commodities information section, so you can see what a thing is producing and what it needs. This place needs nothing. It has no massive deficit on anything. A big red blob around it means deficit. Yeah, so nothing particularly exciting there. Now, what you can do is you can raid a place, smash it up, and basically ruin their production in an area, increase their demand in an area, that sort of thing. So if I raided the mining industry, for example, I could steal a lot of this volatiles. That would need marines. Possibly might be something that I do at some point. Not right now. So, look at the weapons. Cheers, Brad. Have a nice evening. See you tomorrow, probably. Yeah, nothing I want there. You can also press F1 on these things to get a list of, the best places to buy and sell them. Heavy armaments, actually not bad. I could sell them at the Persian League for a butt ton. That is a huge amount. Now, this price changes with each unit that you sell. So selling 600 units would not necessarily net me 600 times 1,264. It would be 200 times that, followed by 200 times another thing, followed by 200 times another thing. So it adjusts as you fulfill that deficit because they are less desperate to fill it. At the moment, no one has any of these heavy armaments and they really, really want them. So the first person is going to pay through the nose. The next person and the next person will pay less and less and so on and so forth. Let's sell that on the black market. Also, let's have a look at their ships that they've got available. Oh, these are so expensive. Considering these are very busted ships, these are so very expensive. Wow. Salvage rig is interesting. Got a salvage gantry on it. That's the whole purpose of it. I think I've got one on one of my ships. Maybe. No. 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 There. Yes. So interesting. So adding more does help, but it's only really for fuel and supplies. Probably not worth me getting more unless they happen to come through things. That's fine. That's good to know. None of those care to speak to me. So let's have a look, see what's available on the ground. Oh, nice. She just told us the location of a pirate base. Thanks. How about the other woman? She wants... she wants us to put a spy sat in Yesod, in the Zagan system. We could possibly do that. Decline that for the moment. I really want to work for the Persian League rather than pirates, though. Hard drinking space. Oh, just an independent. Got a Tarsus class freighter for cheap. What is wrong with it? Degraded drive field. Is that it? So what I'm thinking is that the mods that I put on for ship price aren't affecting these event-based things. Because this is way cheap for what this ship is. So I'm not going to take advantage of it. I will see if I can figure out how to change that. But if not, I'll just ignore those options. Bit of a shame. I would have bought that possibly for 3 or so times its price, which is what it should be. But I won't do that just now. Nothing. Yeah, real shame. But it's like the way modding is that everything has its own variable, understandably. So base ship price multiplier, which is how much ships cost on this, is very different from like the cost to refurbish it, which is very different from the cost to steal it and stuff like that. And if you don't know what they are, good luck finding them. So I found everything I could, but I'm no expert. Anyway, we'll go to Jangala, which is where we said we were going to set a path. This Asharu station is actually probably worth us taking a trip to first. No, second. Abandoned stations like this, you can often just dump stuff into. So all of these excess weapons that I'm carrying and things, I still want to keep them in case I get ships that can use them. So I've got stuff to refurbish bits. Man, that is a big mercenary patrol kicking the shit out of those pirates. They can understand why they're running. I'll speed up as soon as I'm past this asteroid belt. Oh, I've still got my transponder off. Balls. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Turn it on. Yeah. Very, very sorry. Yeah. No contraband. It's fine. Hey! I have my transponder on. Don't think you can just turn it back on and avoid our attention. I just spoke to one of you guys. Rude. Sure. Allow the scan. Is anyone else also going to come over and say? Yes. Apparently, yes. God, they love me at the moment. Got to speak to this other patrol before they'll actually let me. God, allow the scan. God, that's preposterous. Leave. Okay, now they're fine. Bureaucracy. 3 patrols saw me and they all separately wanted to have words. Open the comm directory. So Cameron Weiss is who we needed to speak to here. Just to let them know that the Galatia system is back on the map. Yes, and you are? You have a report for me? Let's just take a look. Galatia is back on the map. That's weird that he chose the same phrasing as me. That's excellent news. Says here, you've had quite a hand in it too. That won't be forgotten. Yeah, that just about makes up for the scans that I just had. What do I do now? Shrug seems to be the response. There's a bounty in the system for pirates. Okay, so we could do that. There's dockside bars down beneath. Also, you could go off salvaging. Generally, they suggest taking a mission wherever you're going. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair advice. Take a commission with the hegemony. No thanks. Let's have a look at the dockside bar. So there's a concerned woman. Recent pirate activity. She needs 370 food units delivered to Lost Astropolis in the Mayasura system, which is under pirate control. Well, I could do that. That's very interesting. An independent wants to send food to the pirate thing, but pirate activity has been making it hard to accomplish. Can't say I'm impressed with her plan. Let's decline at the moment. and speak to the military bounties. This is a hegemony officer. This is Cameron Wise, who we were just speaking to, actually. She will probably give us pirate targets, I expect, but they could be Tritakian or any of the other enemies of the hegemony. This one's a pirate. Let's decline those. Like I said, I want to work for the Persian League, really. So let's leave. But over to Asharu in a moment. Ships. Ships for purchase. Big ships. Lots of ships. Some of them are a bit broken. Just a little bit. Mostly these are quite nice. The dram tankers are especially interesting. Do have enough fuel at the moment to get most places though, so I don't really need a tanker separately. The Nebula civilian transport is also very interesting. If I was to start getting involved in raids, like marine raids, that's something that I would seriously consider. None of these are especially exciting. The hegemony military ships are crazy. Also crazy expensive. I can't even see how much they cost because you need the requirements. But basically, this is small. Multiplied by 10, multiplied by 10, multiplied by 10, multiplied by 10. I think I'm thinking like that's millions, if not higher. Black market. At least give me an indication. Cruiser size is 250k, so battleship is bigger. Heavy cruiser, then super freighter, then battleship. So yeah, could be million or so. Looking for things like Tempests and Omens, really. Vigilances are not terrible. They've got like one big medium energy mount, so they're not super flexible. I think I'll save my money on those for the moment. This is the button I wanted. Right. Have a look at the guns. And the black market guns. The burst laser, which is actually a medium mount. Ion cannons, plenty of those on the black market. Some railguns as well. Antimatter blaster. Limited charges? Oh, but it does tons of damage. Holy shit. 1400 damage. For comparison, the Ion, right, does 25 damage. So it's like, yeah, that's extremely high. Range 400. That is so much damage. That's really interesting. So there's a mod spec that you can get that's like expanded. Like that. Expanded magazines. Yeah, that. Ooh. Now I'm probably not going to buy or use those blasters. But that's there's only one. Oh, I kind of want to get it. Range 400. It needs to go on my fastest, closest range thing, and even then, it can only shoot 20 times. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Don't know what I'm gonna put it on yet. I've got it now. I mean, kind of makes sense for it to go on this. Don't have the capacity to put it on here really yet. Oh, to fix this up costs so much money. Fix this up costs even more. This is my tanker. This is probably my first thing to fix up. Because that degraded drive field is just so shit. Slows everything down. And it extra costs all round. Right. Anyway, places that I'm actually going to. Whoosh. Not that. I was saying possibly around Mayasura or Thule. Those are the sort of places that I'm thinking of. Maybe Kumari Kandam. So that's a size 7 Persian League. Like, this whole section is kind of what I'm thinking is worthwhile. And Asconia just to dip into here and there. I see what Asconia is like in terms of its intel planets. I want inhabited planets. Planets and stations. Yeah, just planets and stations. Fully surveyed. Oh, I see, that gets rid of the station. Habited. Right. So what I want to do is try and figure out if I can get the market items for these, which I'm not sure if I can. I think I need to be closer or actually in system to see it. Right, anywhere else I can go to in here. Shari to drop stuff off, but I'll probably find a better place elsewhere. Let's start making my way over to Thule, I think. And I will stop via Asconia so that I can get a feel for approximately what the Syndrian Diktat looks like. One thing I really like about this game is that intel, you only really get access to it as you get close to comms relays in the area. So as you're flying through hyperspace, you will pick up intel from the ships that you're passing near that have the intel, or from the star systems that you're passing near that you can pick up the radio chatter from. So, transponder off. Oh, hello. Like a combat going on? There's... Wonder who they are. They're pursuing pirate scouts. Probably hegemony. Let's leave them alone, I think. Right, we want to avoid these storms as much as possible. Otherwise that. Our fleet has been hit with a hyperspace storm that basically causes damage, costs supplies to repair. Not great. I'm not going to use an emergency burn. That's a ridiculous idea. Yeah, that storm went way further than I thought it would be. We want to go this way. We want to avoid the light blue patches, basically. But quite widely. So, as we're getting closer to here, we're picking up pirate activity on Asconia, which is here. Also, there is a Luddic path cell active, which is annoying Syndria. Yeah. So that's exactly what I mean by, like, the radio chatter is very localized. That's a mercenary scout. My transponder on. Because the Syndrian Diktat is also one of the places where they really want you to have it on so they know who you are. They're also full of really cool names like the Lion's Guard, and like, I think their king is called like Head Lion or something. So Syndria, there's also Volton, which has lobsters. It's basically the one place that managed to maintain Earth's ocean ecosystem. And there's a pirate base of Umbra. But first up, let's go to Syndria and see what the... Oh, there's screaming coming from outside. It's foxes or something. See what the market looks like over here. You can also probably go pick up a load of this crap from the ships that they're destroying. So, do they have anything interesting on the black market? Banded missile racks. Doubles the missile weapons. Sure, I'll pick that up. Also, let's have a look at the big weapons they forgot. They've got some really big weapons. I don't have anything that can fit this, but Tachyon Lance sounds baller as hell. That has a huge amount of damage. Bet that sits on like capital ships. Accuracy perfect, but turn rate slow. Pulse lasers? Ooh, I do like pulse lasers. I will want those later. I could buy them now. They take a bit of cargo space. It's like... So the ships that I want to get them on are... Do they have any? Probably not, if it's a bit high tech for the Syndrian Diktat. No, it doesn't look like they've got any. Probably couldn't afford them anyway. I mean, it's going to be like 102-ish thousand-ish, maybe 62,000. That sort of price range that I'm looking at. Old ships. It's big. But the lasers themselves... Oh, more anti-matter blasters. Well, I've got one now. Fine. Nice. I'm liking all of this. Alright, so what I'm getting is, when I get the ships that I want, come to Syndria to start outfitting them if I don't get them from anywhere else. Supplies are cheap here. 90 per unit, that's good. And they're wanted by Umbra here as well. That's interesting. Is there anything else that Umbra wants here? Oh, they want fuel here. That's interesting. Fuel and volatiles. I see, because they've got a volatiles shortage and an in-faction shortage in general. So despite the fact that they're exporting, they want more. Okay, good to know. I mean, also bad because it means that it's more expensive here than it would normally be. So that's not great. Mining blast is cool. Mining laser. Okay, let's have a look at the comm directory. Quartermaster, Station Commander, Lion of Syndria, Base Commander. No officers for us to potentially hire. So Spacer is telling me where Pirate Base is, thanks. Also is a potential contact. Parther? Oh, a Luddic Parther. Oh, interesting. I could have her join my fleet. That's... So she could be my first officer. I mean, like, my number one. I mean, like, literally my first officer. So she's got impact mitigation. She's aggressive. That's okay. Sure. Let's go with yes for that. And he is selling me a Thunder class destroyer. Yeah, I'm not buying ships through this, as sad as it is. So leave the bar. Right. So I can put her on a ship. So impact mitigation, she will take less armor damage and less weapon and engine damage. I can also make her skill elite, which is really quite useful for her actually. I will mentor her and keep her aggressive. Where will I put her though? Probably on the Lasher or the Polyhemnia. So maybe the Starfarer. So less armor damage taken. But I suppose I want it on whatever's got the worst shields. 1.15 per damage and 56 upkeep. 60 upkeep, but less damage. Armor rating 150. Armor rating 300. I feel like she needs to go on the Lasher, really. So there you go. You now have a ship. Let's make it elite. I've got the story points to spend, so... And then let's buy supplies and take them over to Umbra. Because that was definitely worthwhile. Is food also? Domestic goods, no. Where's food? No, they don't really want it. I know where really wants food at the moment. Organics maybe, but they cost me more than I could sell them. That's not great. Yeah, so buy for 90, sell for 163, 30% tax. I'll probably end up buying for 120. I'll make a little bit of cash. Also, Nausea here can have them. Where's Nausea? Oh, there's Nausea. That's independent. I could just take them up there. That's safer. A lot less, though. Umbra, yeah. Alright, we'll take them to Umbra. So, bang! That's a lot. I don't think I want to keep any of the... no, actually, they're fine. Right. Go try and sneak into Nausea. Sorry, not Nausea, Umbra. Oh yeah, there was that. It's a Hound class combat freighter. Don't have space since I just picked everything up. It's a bit of a shame. If I come back, it might still be there. So we're out of sensor range of everything, so we'll turn off our transponder. Hope that there's no Syndrian patrols out here. Oh, that's probably bad. Didn't really see who it was. Can get away from them like this, though. What size are they? They are a bit more dangerous than us, I think. Their maximum burn is 17, so we will outrun them. And then we'll just approach a bit more carefully. I mean, we probably could have taken them out, in all honesty. We are actually quite well equipped for a fleet of that size. Saw an active sensor burst come from down there. Go dark about here. Make our way down and round. Oh, saw an active sensor burst. It's probably going to come up and try and investigate what's going on. That is a lot. That is a lot of them. I am going to execute a series of special maneuvers and disengage from this. Actually, no, let's open a comm link first. Nope, cut the comm link. Let's just attempt to disengage. No, let's do it with a story point. Cool, so that just uses the story point. It adds 25,000 to our bonus XP, which is not XP that we have now. It just means the next 25,000 XP we earn will double in value. God, so many of them. Disengage those as well. Because all I want to do is sell you guys a load of really useful supplies. There we are. I don't make a huge amount off that. Enough to make it a bit worth my while. Phase lance. A laser. Oh, they do have some heavy machinery. We want heavy machinery. Look, see what ships they've got available for purchase. Nothing that really takes my fancy. Okay. There's an officer available for hire. What can you do? Target analysis. So that's that helps fighting bigger ships. Could be useful if it was made elite. I'm not sure if it's necessarily great compared to the other options available, so I think I will end the conversation, especially because he's reckless already. Reckless means that he will not even consider the safety of his crew. Right, where to? Just back out of here towards Norsha, check Norsha's market and then Volturn and then move on, I think. Come on, I keep disengaging. These fleets are way too large for me. Yep, no thanks. I'll just stay away from the lot of you. I think I move slightly faster than them, so I turn on my transponder and bait them. bring them over to the Sindrian fleets. Right, Norsha. It's a shame those pirate fleets are so super massive. They a Sindrian patrol? Really hard to tell. That is a prospector. Interesting. So, I mean, we can always engage in piracy and kill people like that. I don't necessarily want to. That's curious. Traders. Neutral picket. Active sensor burst. I'll probably do that as well. Oh, derelict mud skipper. Go pick that up. Thanks. So we could do special stuff and recover it. Let's have a look and see what quality it's at. No, oh, it's a Mudskipper Mark II. That's the combat one. That's not the useful one. So let's just salvage it. Then we'll come over here and check these other sensor points because I have a feeling they're going to be ships as well. Down class combat freighter. And here, the Cerberus. Nothing else. Cool, that's fine. We'll come down to Norsha. We'll just sell that metal stuff that we just picked up. And have a look, see what they've got actually on the market. Nothing particularly exciting there. In terms of mod specs, we've got an operations center, which I'm not that interested in. Then on the black market, they have an assault package. Which I could pick up just to round out my stuff. Yeah, nothing super interesting here. Look at the comm directory, just the administrator, just general folks. We don't have any AI cores or anything that we need to speak to them about. So Underworld boss is sending me to bust a person out of jail. Oh no, sorry. Take the spaceport offline. Not interested. I don't want to work for the pirates like that. And this is another pirate thing, so we will skip that. Although that is not very much for quite a lot. But even so, still decline. So heading down to Volturn. All we're going to do here is possibly pick up lobsters. Depends on if we are able to sell them for a profit where we're going. The only consideration I've got here. Okay, nothing there. Security officer has an amazing opportunity. This seems like a good deal. So 150 units for 7,500. So 150 units, that would cost me twice as much. That's a really good deal. I'll buy that. I like buying mod specs. Ooh, Paladin point dependent system. Right, so comm directory. Oh no, not comm directory. Shuttle, security officer. Accept the offer. Thanks. No, 150 Volturnian lobster. Didn't even check where I can sell them actually. I can sell them in Tile for the Persian League or Canaan. Those are in the right direction. Or Western S. Those are good good values. How does that actually look? So there's Western S. There's Canaan. Where's Tyne? Tile there. Probably Western S, I imagine. I'll need more fuel before then. There we are. There's a lot of fuel. Let's continue in the comm directory. Over on Wilson, what kind of opportunity? She needs a steady supply of fuel. Now, unfortunately, I can't do that. I think you need a colony to do something like this. Although, I could definitely just give her enough fuel. But yeah, this maths doesn't add up. Hang on, 6 units of fuel as a steady supply. Monthly payment of that over five years. Okay, got it. Decline. And then the shadowy booth is a bounty. What does she want? Spy satellite in Arcadia. No thanks. I do like the Syndrian Dictat, but Arcadia is the wrong direction for me. So with that in mind, we'll look at the ships available quickly. It's our cruiser. None of these pique my interest, and on the black market, Shrike is a bit interesting. Shrike's a nice high-tech light destroyer. A bit fragile, but more some lashers. Okay, let's leave all that. In which case, let's fill up on lobster. That'll be 37k. Let's bought that. Do it entirely on the black market first. 8k. Still no suspicion because we've picked up so much other lobster already. Cool. So we can sell this over in well, lots of places really. Most other places. So to be honest, we could probably go to where we were planning, which is Mayasura to start with, or Thule. Let's go for Thule. There's a lot going on here in this place. Gate of Thule, Skull. How does Mayasura look? Mayasura is also quite big. But does have the potential that the Tritakian might end up with dead ships. So that's interesting. This is also a bit all over the place. I don't think this is the best place to be setting up, so Thule. Yeah, Thule. Okay, we shall go to Thule. Pick up some more fuel while it's cheap. I think that's good. Actually, in Thule, is there a spare station? No, there is not. There is a sensor array, which I don't know who it's owned by. Hazaron array as well. There's an abandoned station. Okay, so we'll go to Merath. Because we've got somewhere that we can store stuff then. It's probably fine. I think it's fine. They're just punching through the asteroid belt like they don't care. Probably because they don't, actually. We can have a quick look at our intel screen. Check bounties in the area. So Corva still has bounty per pirate frigate. That's the only system bounty on at the moment. And some researcher. No, that's in the wrong direction. Survey gas giant. Could possibly do that. It's for the independents. Not a huge amount of reward, but surveying doesn't take tons. Also, I think one of these is contacts. So I wanted to develop this contact. Because that's going to be useful. I don't really care about pirate contacts. Yeah, we'll keep her as important. Ah, come on. So, jump to hyperspace. And we're going to want to turn off our transponder soon. Probably now, actually. And the transponder on again as soon as we go in, because both, well, it's just really the Tritakion that hate people without transponders, but they will claim that this is their system. The Persian League don't care. They think it's people's right to privacy. So I'm definitely on board with them for that. But I check the price of these now. So I'm hoping that it's going to be somewhere in that region. I guess we'll see. There's the abandoned Astropolis, which we can dump stuff into. It's going for 122 per unit. That is not a lot. Could take it further. So the best place for it is going to be Madeira, which is 6.7 light years. 6.7 light years. Is going to cost me 73 fuel. 73 fuel is how much? About 5 grand. I would somewhat be better off just selling a lot of the lobster here. That was maybe too much lobster that I sold. Let's sell some additional stuff here to just lower our suspicion level down to something semi-reasonable. Also, we can have a look at the ships available. Ooh, not a lot. Buffalo Freighter is interesting if we were to get into trading properly. I don't think we will. Also, I could buy this dram tanker and sell my other. So my other tanker is hardly going to bring anything because it is busted to hell. But it would fix up one of the big problems of this, which is the speed. I think everything else is 10 speed. So that would double my speed in hyperspace, because we usually go sustained burn. So that's a big consideration. I don't want to buy it on the black market as much as it's a lot cheaper, like even with just one problem. Oh no, that's even worse. On the same problem, just I end up paying through the nose for it. 31k, 31k. Let's not. I don't need to for the moment. Makeshift shield generator I can pick up. Suspicion level is still medium. Alright, what can I pick up that I can sell? Is there anything? Oh, there's a local deficit of supplies. That's interesting. Could ferry supplies from Thule to here. That would be. And also fuel deficit here. What's this place actually like? So fuel deficit, supplies deficit, machinery deficit, and ships deficit. Wonder why things are so bad here. It's because of the pirates. So, pirate smuggler, no thanks. Another pirate, no thanks. Gotta leave the bar there. Oh, there's an officer available. What can you do? Ooh. He's got impact mitigation and energy weapon mastery. I like that. I will hire him. Hello. Yes, that's fine. I will immediately put him on the Polyhemna. And also mentor him. Make him aggressive. Now I could make that elite, I'm going to hold off on him in case he gets something a bit more snazzy later. Take that risk. Right, let's leave and we'll pop over to... Well, actually, we'll just go straight to the abandoned Astropolis first. Because we should be able to just dump stuff in here and it should be safe. We have a bunch of our cargo capacity. Thanks. Station is abandoned. Unfortunately, I can't take over it. And then I will head over to the Tritachian Ice Giant Station combination. Cool. XP from profitable trades. That's all the lobster. Let's see what they've got. Stabilized shields. Ooh. Oh, I'll buy that. Op center. I'm never going to use it, but I'll buy it. Then down here we've got escort package. Now, how are you doing for supplies? You're fine for supplies. Interesting. So I could just buy a bunch here and take them down to Merath. What else did Merath want? It's actually the best place to sell food. That's weird. I guess food is not really in high demand anywhere except Umbra. And we're not going back to Umbra. We saw what that was like. No real excesses of anything except crew here. Guess they're doing better. So supplies feels like an okay purchase. Set up for 165. We won't make very much on that because with a 30% tax each way, unless I buy some on the black market. $41 per thing. Again, it's not a hard enough deficit that becomes worthwhile yet. What I'm noting. No one on the comms directory. Who do we have here? Pirate. What do you want? No thanks. And another pirate. Security codes for a Persian League facility. That's a big bonus for a one-time ground operation. Interesting. Right. What I'm going to do now, got 10 minutes left. It's slightly less than 10 minutes. I'm basically finishing up my stream at this point. I'm going to, save. And I'm going to buy some Marines and see what ground assaulting is like. I'm going to try and do that on the pirate station over there. So I'm not going to keep this. Ooh. Establish a colony here. I didn't really consider that you could do that. I mean, I don't have the resources for it. I thought that would be owned by the Tritachian Corporation. Right. Buy Marines and fuel. So 150 Marines. How much fuel? That's cost me about 45k. Okay. Heading over towards Lost Astropolis. Now, like I said, I'm not going to keep this. This is just for me to figure out what the mechanics are like. I'm planning on bombing the place. and then going in on foot with Marines to raid it and see what options there are available there. If there are any options. There might not be. So, consider my military options. Launch a raid. Can't do an orbital bombardment because all defences must be defeated first. Okay. Launching a raid against them. Raid effectiveness, 61%. So, don't know if I need to double it in order to truly make that worthwhile. But let's try to acquire valuables. Oh, interesting. Danger and value. Projected spoils, not much. Projected casualties, light. Oh, I can put more and more onto each. Okay. So supplies. That's projected value is the most. 100 per unit. 50 per unit. 30 per unit. 20 per unit. Oh, and it has impact as well. Interesting. Right. What sort of values are we looking at? 48, 67, 45. Yeah, I mean, it would be supplies, wouldn't it? So that's what it would be. And then make special efforts to keep your preparations secret. That would suffer no penalty to the standing with the pirates for doing this. Let's not bother. So you lose 17 Marines. Relationship gets worse. Stability is reduced. Pick through the spoils. That's fine. 640? That is a lot more than I expected. And then if I was going to Mariarth, how much would that be worth to actually sell it? Because ultimately that's what I want to know. No, it was like 600 and something. So we'll just say 600. Well, that pays for the Marines. So raiding can be worthwhile like that, and then you still got the Marines left. So that's a nice learning experience. But anyway, as I said, that was just an experiment. That's why I saved. I'm not going to be keeping that since it's not necessarily something I want to align with. But that's going to be it for this stream. Thanks very much for coming along, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this, what there has been so far. I will be carrying on with this more in the future. On Saturday, I will be playing Subnautica, though, because the game finally releases tomorrow. I was hoping it would be out today, but it's not quite yet. And, of course, I didn't want to run into the brick wall that would be the end of the... quite literally the invisible wall that is the end of the story as it currently stands. Yeah, tune in on Saturday for more Subnautica, and then next Thursday we'll probably be carrying on with this and / or other space games in the interim of picking something new to tackle. Take it easy, have a great evening, and I will see you next time.